hopping into the studio after me, and he let me know that, earlier in the show I mentioned that there was this piece that came out in Esquire magazine yesterday saying Pittsburgh may be the most dynamic city in America. And he's going to have the author of that piece on in the 6 o'clock hour. I think maybe as soon as I get out of here. So Michael Clinton, I think, is the name of the author. Pittsburgher, came back, wrote this story for Esquire. And so I look forward to hearing what he has to say about the story, because it definitely got a lot of play in Pittsburgh and elsewhere. There's a big market out there for pro Pittsburgh content. Maybe not so much in Philadelphia or Morgantown, but there's a big market out there, and some of it is Pittsburghers love Pittsburgh. Some of it is that there's a lot of expats, a lot of folks who have left Pittsburgh and are still really passionate about the place and love reading good stuff about it. But I think there's also like Pittsburgh in a way that other kind of Rust Belty cities don't. Pittsburgh holds a place in the national imagination, and people want Pittsburgh to succeed, because a world in which this city that was once one of the great engines of this country's industry and its security, a city that was once one of the 10 biggest in America, a city that is identified with strength, with the historic strength of America. If this city isn't thriving, that says something bad about America. That suggests that something's wrong with the country. A country where this city isn't working is a country that's not working. And so I think there's a reason that people who've never set foot here want to see this city do well. It's a reminder that all parts of this country can continue to thrive. It's a reminder of a past. I don't want to do complete nostalgia, but it's a reminder of the country's past, but that those great cities of the past could be also great cities of the future. And so, I don't want to seem defensive, but I know people will say, oh, Brandon, you're too negative. I had someone write to me recently. I was talking about the pension crisis, which is this major crisis that I think we should be talking about a lot more. And I had someone write to me say, well, if you don't like it, maybe you should leave. Like, no, I write what I write and I say what I say because I love the place. We do what we do in media because we want this place to thrive. And pointing out the problems so that we can fix them and trying to derive solutions, that's part of how you love the place. That's part of how you create the kind of place that isn't just a wonderful place of memory, but a wonderful place of right now and a wonderful place of the future. And I think it can be. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what Michael Clinton from Esquire has to say to Michael Bartley about that, because it's exactly the kind of perspective we need, that's positive, that sees all the positive things and lays them out there, but we also need to be clear-eyed about the problems so that those positive things can continue to become even better, and we can take advantage of all the good things we have here and bring them forward into the future. Alrighty, folks. I'll be back here tomorrow talking data centers, Josh Shapiro, all that good stuff. I think I'll have a column coming out tomorrow at some point, probably while I'm on air on this topic. So hope you read that at the Post-Gazette. Please subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow. Michael Bartley will be in here in a second. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Brandon. The Parkway East outbound remains slow-moving through Oakland, but traffic is gradually improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And the Parkway West outbound is clogged through the Bathtub region, though delays are easing slightly. Route 28 outbound is still heavy, but is also starting to loosen in spots. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arbalaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Join Family House for one of Pittsburgh's favorite fall traditions, the 43rd Annual Family House Polo Match, presented by FNB Corporation. Enjoy an unforgettable afternoon of professional polo, great food and drinks, live music, shopping, and family fun, all while supporting families with loved ones receiving medical care. Every ticket helps provide comfort, hope, and a home away from home. Get tickets today at familyhouse.org, bringing Pittsburgh together for families facing medical journeys.
Life is not about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Summer is a great time to create a new and improved version of you. Summer fruits and vegetables, being outside, longer days, all work to your advantage of being your best self. But don't be your own worst enemy and put it off. Today is the day, not tomorrow, because tomorrow's never come. Call me today at 1-800-900-THIN and love the new and vibrant you.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
What's new at oliverflowers.com? The summer pick-me-up bouquet. Bright sunflowers, garden larkspur, field-grown lilies. See for yourself at oliverflowers.com. That's the address for all your floral needs. Family-owned and operated for 95 years. For that special occasion or just to brighten someone's day. oliverflowers.com. Beautiful designs created just for you. Daily delivery to all of Allegheny County and always open at oliverflowers.com. That's oliverflowers.com.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater, one platform to feed them all and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we are here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. Charges will be filed against a mother and son after a body was found in California, Pennsylvania overnight. Washington County District Attorney Jason Wall says there's no threat to the community as a whole following the death of 18-year-old Cal soccer player Caroline Heinz.
Like I said, charges are being typed up now, and it was as a result of obviously a domestic situation involving at least those two and possibly other people.
Royce Moser will be charged with criminal homicide in Heinz's death, while his mother Rachel will be charged with hindering apprehension, obstruction, and related charges. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office has released the name of the man who was killed in Homewood early Wednesday morning. 34-year-old Andrew Hall was killed just after 5 a.m. in the 7,000 block of Idlewild Street. 51-year-old Thomas Jackson of Pittsburgh has been charged with criminal homicide in Hall's death. A 17-year-old is dead after a collision between his motorcycle and a box truck this morning in Smithfield. It happened at the intersection of Route 119 and Valley School Road. The Fayette County Coroner's Office says 17-year-old Charles Plum of Lake Lynn was taken to Uniontown Hospital, where he was later pronounced dead around 9 a.m. The measles outbreak has reached Allegheny County. UPMC Medical Director Dr. Don Yealy told KDKA's Marty Griffin that someone has tested positive for measles at Allegheny County. The contact tracing has now begun.
What that means is we have to identify who was nearby this person when they were infected. And nearby means in the same room within yards. And as you might imagine, that's often a very big number, and it's a big task. We will likely be looking at trying to track down about 100 people.
The patient is being treated at UPMC Children's and is not from Allegheny County. Dr. Yealy says it's crucial to keep the patient separate from others because measles are extremely contagious. Allegheny County District Attorney plans to take action against one Southside bar and has his eyes on two others. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado.
At a news conference at Chipka's 2 on East Carson Street, D.A. Zappala said he would file a petition by Friday to have Capo's declared a nuisance bar. The rape 2 weeks ago of a woman who had been at Capo's was the last straw. And now with college students returning, he says this is the time to take action. He feels two other bars don't yet reach that level of concern. But with Lynx's lease expiring in October, his office will talk to their landlord. And he also wants to hear back from 12 Whiskey about how it is addressing neighbor concerns about Sunday night noise. But he says he's not the only game in town.
If the city of Pittsburgh wants to take action separate and apart from what we decide to do or what we're talking about today with any of these particular establishments, that is their prerogative and they can do that.
Bar owner Rich Chupka expressed concerns that Mayor O'Connor wasn't there to address Southside safety, nor was the chief of police, nor Councilman Bob Charland. He said with that recent rape, Southside public safety should be a priority for the city. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 703 points, the Nasdaq down 263, the S&P 500 down 66 points. KDKA Sports Pirates with the day off today, opening a weekend series in Los Angeles against the Dodgers tomorrow night. Steelers play preseason game number 2 tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. Kickoff against the Jets set for 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News time is 6:03. Right now, cloudy and 72 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA traffic and AccuWeather. Together, next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Okay, it is 6:05 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get a live update. Here's Logan.
Michael, there's a vehicle fire on the 500 block of the southbound lane of I-79 in Robinson Township, so be careful out there on the roadways and be sure to keep an eye on that. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 6:05, conditions are improving across the metro, and on the Parkway east outbound, it's still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving, like I said, towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. And on the Parkway west outbound, it remains heavy, but is beginning to loosen across the bathtub. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of a leftover shower or two, we'll have variable clouds overnight tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 80. A stray evening thunderstorm, low 63. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindenhammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about award-winning chefs. Yes, chef. And why they choose Duke's Mayo. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Want a health plan with access to the best care? With UPMC Health Plan, you have access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, as well as providers in your community, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. All this with award-winning customer service from our healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. For UPMC Health Plan award information, go to upmchealthplan.com/best.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, here we go. You know, all right. All right. So what? I know we have problems like any other big city, but any opportunity I have to brag about Pittsburgh, you know I do it. And wait till you hear what happened today. Phenomenal national publicity, fantastic national publicity. Esquire magazine, heavily read, shared high and low. Wait till you hear the title of this article about the Berg, and it's a very lengthy article. I'm taking you live to New York right now because the reporter, the author, Michael Clinton, joins me. There's that big Pittsburgh smile. Michael Clinton, you're a big shot reporter in New York City, Esquire magazine, national audience, respected magazine. You went to Carrick High School, my man, and I'm happy about that.
I did indeed. It's great to be with you and great to be with all my fellow Pittsburghers. Thanks, Michael.
And we're glad to have you. All right, now, you ready? The title? This is why, okay, I put this on, you were going to be on with me, and the sharing, unbelievable, because the greatest title I remember about Pittsburgh national publicity, here it is. Esquire magazine came out today. Pittsburgh might just be the most dynamic city in America. Michael, how so?
You know, it's unbelievable. When I was down there in July, I still have a lot of family in Pittsburgh, mostly in the South Hills where we're all from. You know, it's just incredible to see what's happening in the city in terms of not just the revitalized neighborhoods. You know, I'm a working class kid, and I knew the working class neighborhood so well growing up. But when you see what's happened in the urban development side, when you see what's happened with the universities, with the growth of AI and robotics and everything, I was a kid that grew up with all the steel mills humming.
Me too.
And along the rivers. And just, the clean parks, all the greenery, the excitement of the foodie scene, the new park, Arts Landing downtown. I mean, it's just pretty awesome what's happening in Pittsburgh.
I'm not going to give this away, Michael, because I want people to get it. I want them to read it in its entirety. And I'm going to get to you talk to some very prominent Pittsburghers. But if I can just read the first paragraph, if you don't mind, because this drew me in like you can't believe. It was a beautiful sunny day this past July when I found myself on an expansive, vibrant green lawn in the last place I ever expected one. I was in downtown Pittsburgh, sandwiched between the city's skyscrapers and the neighboring Strip District, an old warehouse neighborhood that has been rebuilt with restaurants, shops, galleries, and food stalls. Where I stood had very recently been a parking lot. I'll tell you what, when I bring visitors in from Chicago, from L.A., friends from all around the country you went to school with, and I know you do too, they are amazed by how green Pittsburgh is and how vibrant Pittsburgh is.
The best kept secret, I spent some time with Mayor Corey O'Connor, dynamic young new mayor. And, he said, which I love, and I say this in this story, which you can get on Esquire.com. It's you can pull it up, anybody. And he said, Pittsburgh will surprise you. And what happens is people who go there and have the experiences of, everybody knows the Steelers and everybody knows sports, the Penguins. But when they see the beautiful city, go to Mount Washington, go to the Andy Warhol Museum, see the amount of everything is there. Food, culture, sports, parks. I mean, it's really a great microcosm of what a perfect city should be.
And, it's not just the amenities, Michael. I think you'll agree with this. And this comes out in this piece. You interviewed Corey O'Connor. You also interviewed Joe Manganiello, superstar actor. And he said to you, and I quote, and I'm not going to give the whole thing away, and he moved back here, and he said, I always loved Pittsburgh and missed it. The people look out for you. They are friendly and aren't focused on wanting a picture for their Instagram, like in Los Angeles. They treat me like a neighbor because it's down to earth people who look out for you. You also talked to my man Ken Gormley from Duquesne University, and he said the same thing, and he expounded on the issue of during the pandemic, everybody looked out for each other.
Yeah. It's so incredible. And Ken and I, by the way, went to college together. I went to Pitt, and we were on the Pitt News together. So we knew each other way back when we were young. But we share this sentiment. And no matter where I go in the world and I meet another Pittsburgher, there's warmth, there's authenticity, there's, interested in who you are and what you're doing. The people in the city have such a unique set of characteristics. They're always looking out for you. I mean, I remember as a kid growing up in Carrick, all the neighbors looking out for you. I think it comes from, our beginnings. The city was always, my mother was raised on the South Side. She was Lithuanian and Polish, and the neighborhoods there when she was a kid. There's something in the DNA of the people that's very, very unique
and sustainable, and it's lasted beyond generations.
Amazing. And I think when people come into the city, they adopt it, they adapt to it. I always love the story of the people who are transferred to Pittsburgh, and then they're like, "Oh, Pittsburgh," and then 3 years later they're crying when they're leaving.
Exactly, and if you
want to leave, you want to stay.
Exactly, and if you went to high school here and you're from here, and you took a job somewhere else, you want to get back here. You're wondering what's going on in Pittsburgh, and having.
Yeah, perfect example.
You grew up in Carrick. I grew up in Greenfield. We're steel mill kids, I guess I'm going to call us. But and Michael, let me just ask you. Over the years, I get mad if I'm, if you're at a blackjack table in Vegas or something, and someone says, "Where are you from?" They say Pittsburgh, and they want to look down on you. And I learned not to get mad and yell at them. I just say, you know what? Go visit it. Go look at it because it's the most beautiful city in the world.
I say the same thing. I say, come with me for a long weekend from my New York friends. Just come and spend the weekend. And when they do, they're totally flabbergasted by everything that the city has. So, but I think the city's now, it's moved into a whole new space, and it does have this enormous reputation now in the technology world and the AI world. I interviewed the founder of Duolingo, as you know, in the story, and John Dick, who founded Civic Science. I mean, there's just a huge entrepreneurial class, the owners of Apteca, and great food and chef folks and artists and creative people. So I think the city's gone through, a metamorphosis. As I said in the story, it shed its industrial skin to move into the future, but it's keeping its secret sauce with its people. And I think that's the great combination of it all.
And you're really right about it being a foodie town. It's incredible foodie town. Michael Clinton, what sort of reaction are you getting? Not just, I know some of your relatives are like, "Oh, honey, we love it, honey."
I hit this morning, and it's like bouncing all over social media. I've gotten people telling me that they're seeing it everywhere throughout the city, and hopefully the country, and ultimately the world. My goal was to really, show how exciting this city has become, and how the city has really moved into the 21st century in a way that, Pittsburgh has a lot of history of reimagining itself. From the 1750s, it's always reimagined itself in the times. And this is sort of in the city's DNA. And this is just another example of it in the next new era. But I'm getting a lot of people love the story, obviously.
You can't keep us down. I mean, Don, you know what I mean? Michael, hey, listen, that's right. I know you miss it. And I know when the Steelers are on Sunday night and you see those skyline shots, you get all fired up.
We've had season tickets for 50 years.
Beautiful.
So the family who's there, I come down occasionally, but they're there regularly. So you bet.
Michael Clinton, phenomenal writer with Esquire magazine. We're sharing this high and low. Don't you kid yourself. It's in the, and we just go to Esquire.
Esquire.com.
Esquire.com. Yep. All right.
I'm on LinkedIn. People can find it there. So, Esquire.com is the easiest way.
Fantastic job. It's nice to meet you virtually. We'll see you in person someday. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Michael. All
Great
the best.
job.
Sure.
Absolutely. All right. It's called Pittsburgh Might Just Be the Most Dynamic City in America. Damn right it is. All right, here we go. We better check traffic it's a trafficy city too. Hey, so you know. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Michael, getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Painters Run Road and Robb Hollow Road in Upper St. Clair Township. Several crews on the scene of the accident. It is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 617, the Parkway East outbound remains slow through Oakland, but most major backups are beginning to thin out across the region. On the Parkway West outbound, it's improving gradually through downtown approaches, and with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-330-6363. That's 800-330-6363. 800-330-6363.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300F.
It is now precisely 6:20 on a Thursday evening from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 6:30 news in the newsroom. Anchor Paul Alexander. Paul.
Michael, Allegheny County District Attorney Stephen Zappala says they are still investigating millions of dollars that was spent during the Gainey administration. That's ongoing. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A lot of Walmart shoppers pulled back on their spending last quarter. Same-store sales, well, they still rose, but they were only up 2.6%. That's the smallest increase in 6 years. And even though Walmart raised its full-year sales and income outlooks and said it'll keep lowering prices, boy, shares down 9% today. And that weighed on Wall Street, along with yesterday's rally in government bonds, which petered out today, and on worries about rising inflation. That's after oil rose to $88 a barrel on new threats from President Trump against Iran's economy. At the closing bell, the Dow down 704 points, 1.33% lower. The Nasdaq was 1% lower, 264 points, and the S&P down 67. A lot of companies, though, holding on to the workers they've got. First-time jobless claims edging lower this past week, 206,000. And because of the administration's crackdown on immigrants, the number of international students applying to attend college in the U.S. this fall down 10% from a year ago. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I'll tell you what. I get all fired up when Pittsburgh gets national pub like this. I do. I can't help it. Pittsburgh might just be the most dynamic city in America, Esquire magazine. It's a lengthy piece by Michael Clinton. It really is. And I can't help it. I take such pride. And you know what? Maybe it's, and he's right. He and he's a little, I think maybe a couple years older than I am. I don't know. But when you're from the Burgh, born and raised, it's not that we have inferiority complexes. We get upset when people misjudge our city. Do you understand? We do. We really do. And he's right about these younger generations continually to sustain this growth and more tech and more high tech and in our eds and meds. And I remember back in the 90s, it was the question was, what are we going to be? Mid 80s to the 90s, what are we going to be? And the foundations and everybody else, and they got together and they eds and meds and all this type stuff and then high tech like you can't believe. Never underestimate the importance of our universities and the brain power here. Never. And we just need leaders to just keep pushing it and pushing it. And I just think this piece is phenomenal. I'm not stupid. I'm not in denial about the fact that we don't have problems. Of course we have every big city has problems. But any chance I see promoting the Burgh, I just love it. I love it. And it's important to people that grew up here. It is. Is it important to you? 866-391-1020. Let me give a little excerpt that Michael Clinton wrote here. I was born and raised in the Steel City, though I left after graduating from Pitt to pursue a publishing career in New York. He's with Esquire. When I was a kid, the steel mills were in full force along the rivers, and the Steelers dynasty was in full swing with 4 Super Bowl wins. Man, I feel like this is me. The city was predominantly blue-collar town where Iron City beer was the drink of choice. Chipped ham sandwiches from Isley's were the staple food, and the local dialect was known as Yinzer. Pittsburghers still celebrate the unique words and accents, which include downtown for people, for downtown, and Haas for house. Yeah, yep. And it's also it's the people. And then, he talks too about this HBO show, The Pit. And I know, I keep saying I'm going to watch it. I keep saying I'm going to watch it. But I haven't yet, and I'm going to, because I have so many friends around the country. They're the biggest fans of The Pit, like you can't believe. And the people he talked to, Joe Manganiello and Ken Gormley and Corey O'Connor and folks that, are involved with, downtown sustainability and development and getting things going and keeping things going. They talk about the goal being sustainability and growth. And for people who've never been here, and I'm going to tell you something, when we were live, this radio station, we were live throughout the draft downtown in the North Shore, and people who had never been here, they couldn't believe it. I take great pride in that. I do. I really, really do. It's just great pride. And he visited Arts Landing downtown. He'd never been there before. That beautiful park, that's the one I said. He wrote that it was recently a parking lot. He writes, still, it was a perfect place for a park. It wasn't far from the banks of the Allegheny River, just upstream from where it meets the Monongahela River, and the two become the Ohio. If I closed my eyes and threw a ball, odds were it would hit a bridge named for a famous Pittsburgher, the Roberto Clemente Bridge, Andy Warhol Bridge, and Rachel Carson Bridge, known locally as the Three Sisters Bridges. And it all fell within a radius of 2 city blocks. This piece is written not necessarily for us, although we take great pride in it. This piece is written for people who've never been here before. And for it to be prominent in New York and Esquire international readership, this is big. This is big. And I love the fact that he's from Pittsburgh. And he probably wanted to write this for years. I used to get so mad, when people would think we're still, you can't see your hand in front of your face, all that type stuff. And, but I just love it. I love it. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Does this fire you up too? Do you think we're discriminated against because of our past? Let me know. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Hey, enjoy some of these end of summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $3.99 a pound. In the produce department, jumbo cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, all natural grande provolone cheese is $7.99 a pound. In additional savings, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
Happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
August is here, and before summer slips away, Bowser Hyundai wants you to have one last getaway. Take a look at the all-new 2026 Hyundai Elantra during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With a bold design and impressive fuel economy, it's built for every adventure, big or small. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can lease a 26 Elantra SE for just $159 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. With their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor, trust PJ.com. The measles outbreak has reached Allegheny County. UPMC Medical Director Dr. Don Yealy told KDK's Marty Griffin today that someone has tested positive for the measles in Allegheny County, and contact tracking has now begun.
What that means is we have to identify who was nearby this person when they were infected. And nearby means
in the same room within yards. And as you might imagine, that's often a very big number, and it's a big task. We will likely be looking at trying to track down about 100 people.
The patient is being treated at UPMC Children's and is not from Allegheny County. Dr. Yili says it's crucial to keep the patient separate from others because of just how contagious the measles are. Charges are now being filed against a mother and son after a body was found in California, Pennsylvania overnight. Washington County District Attorney Jason Walsh says there's no threat to the community as a whole following the death of 18-year-old Cal University soccer player Caroline Heinz.
Like I said, charges are being typed up now, and it was as a result of obviously a domestic situation involving at least those two and possibly other people. Good.
Royce Moser will be charged with criminal homicide in Heinz's death, while his mother Rachel will be charged with hindering apprehension, obstruction, and related charges. Asked at a Thursday news conference about the search warrant served on the mayor's office earlier this year, District Attorney Steven Zapata says they're investigating millions of dollars that were spent on contracts during the Ed Gainey administration.
Well, they're financial documents. We're looking for work product. So for the amount of money that was paid out to different people, what kind of work product did the taxpayers get in return? That's oversimplified, but that's the approach that we're taking.
Zapata says his investigators are poring over 7,000 documents that were obtained with those search warrants. The defense lawyer who is representing the Pittsburgh attorney accused of tampering with evidence in the Penn State cocaine case is raising questions about some of the charges against his client. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
Attorney Mike DeRiso, speaking to KDKA's Marty Griffin, says he's specifically taking aim at the tampering with evidence charges against his client Paul Robinson, who had been called to Penn State to pick up his son's personal belongings, including a safe that his son Thomas's best friend Ryan Matson is suspected of storing cocaine in.
Paul has no idea what's in the safe. The fact that Matson hid or whatever he did with the safe, I mean, that's problematic. Then he gave it to Tom and Paul, and my client had no idea what's in the safe.
DeRiso says the safe his client had was an 8-inch gun safe.
If the safe was mentioned and the police never got it, how much evidentiary value was there? Or if the safe was never mentioned and it remained incognito by this Ryan Matson, how is my client responsible?
The criminal complaint alleges Paul Robinson helped to destroy or conceal a safe that contained evidence of dealing drugs. The hearing is scheduled for August 26th. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 703 points. The Nasdaq down 263. The S&P 500 down 66 points. KDK Sports, Pirates have the day off today. They will open a weekend series in Los Angeles tomorrow night against the Dodgers. The Steelers will host the Jets tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. Kickoff set for 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Chinese AI startup DeepSeek is raising $8 billion in its second funding round, which would value the firm at around $74 billion. DeepSeek recently launched a new version of its flagship AI model that is much cheaper than rival models for benchmark tests, with artificial analysis reporting that DeepSeek's V4 Flash is 100 times cheaper than Anthropic's Claude Fable 5. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
It is 6:35 on this Thursday from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hello, Logan.
Hello, Michael. I'm getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Painters Run Road and Robb Hollow Road in Upper St. Clair Township, and now it looks like it has been cleaned up, so that accident is no longer active. And now taking a look at the major roadways at 635 here, traffic is still present but easing. Route 28 outbound remains the slowest area, though overall conditions are improving heading into the evening, and both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel, by the way, are stacked. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of spotty showers, it'll be mostly cloudy tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a stray shower in the afternoon, maybe a thunderstorm in the evening, high 80. A thunder shower on Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindehammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
What do you do when the power goes out for an hour, a day, a week? How long can you go without light, heat, your refrigerator? How long before pipes burst, food goes bad? With a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, when your power is out, your Generac is on. It's that simple. Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh always has generators in stock and technicians that can install and maintain them. Visit GeneratorSupercenterofPittsburgh.com to get started.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $2.10 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine-looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day when, standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Is it time to talk about the national debt, which now has topped $40 trillion, and it has doubled since 2016? That's right. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump have doubled the national debt. Plus, Bill Cleveland is somewhere on the road. We'll check in with him. America at Night. Join us right here. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, for now, Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. I'll be here till 10 o'clock. Oh, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about some of our problems in Pittsburgh. But for now, hey, let's enjoy the moment. I love this Esquire magazine piece about Pittsburgh. You know, you can't buy this publicity. It's a lengthy piece. I'm not going to give it all away. I'm going to have a few more excerpts here in a few minutes, but the title being Pittsburgh might just be the most dynamic city in America. Yes, it is. The secret's out. Michael Clinton wrote it. He's from here. Grew up in Carrick, went to Carrick High School, went to Pitt. Lives in New York, and he wrote this, and he's getting a ton of reaction. This thing is being shared high and low. It's big. All right. Steve in the car. Steve, you're on KDKA. Thanks for the call, Steve.
Hey, Michael. Yeah, I share your passion for Pittsburgh also. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I got you. Go ahead. You there? Steve,
Michael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I hear you loud and clear, Steve. Go ahead.
I got you an echo. Yeah, I share your passion for Pittsburgh also. I do have a funny story from about 10 years ago. I was in Chicago with my wife, just sightseeing, and we were within walking distance to Wrigley Field, so we went to a Cubs game. So we're at a bar, a few blocks from the stadium, and it was packed. Me and my wife were at a table for four, and this couple were standing there with armloads of food, and we're going to try to stand eating up. When I asked them, would you two like to share our table?
Yeah.
He said, well, yeah, are you sure? I said, yeah, sit down. He looked at me and he said, you're not from Chicago, are you? I said, well, how can you tell? He said, well, first of all, nobody that lives in Chicago would have offered us a table. He said, where are you from? I said, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He said, boy, it sure must be nice. And I said, yeah, you know what? It really is nice. But it takes something like that to make you realize what we have here.
What a great story!
You know?
And I know exactly where you were in Wrigleyville. I've been to many Cubs games there, and I love that neighborhood. It's so fun. And I went, all my college friends were from Chicago, but I tell you, whenever I bring people here, and I'm going to tell you a story. So I remember when my dad died, and one of my dear friends came, and he was from a super wealthy family in Chicago, and so he stayed with us, and we had so much fun doing this and doing that and doing this and doing that. And we met up in Vegas a couple of months later, and he said, I want to tell you something about Pittsburgh. I didn't mean to hurt my father's feelings. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, I said to my dad picked me up at O'Hare when I got back from Pittsburgh because we buried my father, and we went to Ryan's Pub. This is 35 years ago. Had a couple beers and all the friends and this and that, and all the family stuff. And other cities, when they have funerals, they don't do big lunches and big meals afterwards. That's a Pittsburgh thing. I'm telling you that. So he said, and I said, what's it have to do with your dad? And he said, his dad said, well, how was it? And he said, I looked at him and I said, you know what? We have nothing. They have everything. And I said, oh my God, you didn't say that to your father. And he said, yes, I did. And he's like, we have all the money in the world, but we don't have all the love in the world that you do in Pittsburgh. And Steve, that's a true story. And I'm sure my brothers are listening, and they could tell you it's a true story, and it's just so real that. And the other thing was, I had when my dad died, I live in Greenfield, and Jeff never saw this thing about, and I put him in charge because everybody was running around. I said, you have to stay here. People are coming to the house. So between the living room and the dining room table, we could have opened up 15 restaurants because people come with casseroles, fried chicken, sandwich trays, cheese trays. As you know, when someone dies in Pittsburgh, they don't do that in other cities. Do you know that? They do not.
Oh, no, they don't. And that's kind of what makes us special. And you know what? Sometimes it takes something to remind us of what we have.
I think so, too.
I know we're always calling in and complaining and stuff, but we just want to make our city better. And
I know.
We're our biggest, worst critics, but that's, I think, what makes Pittsburgh special.
And it's okay to complain. It's okay to complain because I do too, and I get mad at some things downtown or South Side or this or that or politically. But at the end of the day, Pittsburgh, there's a unique loyalty, and I think it traces back to our unique pockets of ethnicity. I can't prove it, but I don't know. I tell you, Pittsburgh is like an old-fashioned city. It's kind of like a big Mayberry or something. Honestly, I believe it.
It is. It is a melting pot. Every neighborhood anywhere in Pittsburgh, probably your neighborhood. I grew up, north of Pittsburgh, but every ethnic group was represented.
Absolutely.
I don't know, in these small towns, and we all got along fine. There was no problems, I think, because we were all in the same boat.
I know.
It wasn't about race. It was about religion. It was about we all had the same thing in common.
And Steve, I'm not just yeah, you're right. And I'm not just talking about the city. I'm talking about the city, the suburbs, and small towns in between. I agree with the people in this article. Now, there's a superstar, Manganello. He said, I moved back here because people are so real. They treat you. They're just so real. And I'm call me nostalgic and crazy, but I believe it. I do.
Oh, yeah, it is nice. Hey, getting back to the area we stayed in, Michael, we were never in Chicago before, and we just kind of picked something close because I wanted to walk around to the games and stuff. And I want to go back.
Oh, I love Chicago.
That area.
Oh, I love Wrigleyville. That's
what was that area called around there?
That's Wrigleyville. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Wrigleyville.
Yeah, it was great. I mean,
Did you wait a minute? Did you eat?
Distance?
Yeah, did you eat? And you sat down at a bar restaurant. They got the best bar food around there. Oh man, did you have something to eat?
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it was it was obviously an old bar like Pittsburgh. It was an old bar.
Yeah.
Some outdoor tables, and the town was great. It was just a fun time. And it's funny when you ask people, and they ask us where we're from. We don't say Pennsylvania. We're from Pittsburgh.
Of course, absolutely.
We don't need the Pennsylvania.
No,
we can
I know. Steve, listen, I got to run. Thanks for the great call. I got to get the traffic. I'll pick up some more calls about this when I get back. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's head over to Logan.
Michael, for the final time, we'll check the major roadways here at 646. The afternoon rush has fully broken up with residual slowdowns that remain around the Parkway West around Green Tree Hill, but traffic is steadily improving overall. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, it's coming up on 6:50 from the KDK Radio News Desk. Here's a look ahead at the 7 o'clock news. News anchor Paul Alexander.
Michael, thank you very much. It took a while to get here, but now we all have to be on high alert. A very contagious problem is here in Allegheny County. Details coming up top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Abbott Labs has agreed to pay $670 million to settle lawsuits involving about 2,000 babies, alleging the company hid the risk that its infant formula for premature babies can cause a deadly bowel disease. It is not admitting any liability and still faces about 1,700 similar lawsuits. Wall Street took a beating today after yesterday's rally in government bonds fizzled out. And after President Trump issued new threats to Iran's economy, that sent oil to $88 a barrel, renewing worries about inflation moving higher. Add in shares of Walmart tumbling 9% after sales growth slowed, and the Dow today down 704 points, 1.33% lower. The Nasdaq down 264, a 1% drop. The S&P lost 67. Average long-term mortgage rates edging a fraction lower for a second week straight, according to Freddie Mac, from 6.67% to 6.65%. They are still higher than they were a year ago. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back, Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK. I love this Esquire magazine piece. Pittsburgh just might be the most dynamic city in America. And it's a lot about our sustainability. It's a lengthy piece. It really is. But I love the quotes from Joe Manganiello, Ken Gormley, Corey O'Connor, and some of the folks that are building high-tech companies. And they're from out of town. And some of them came in the 2000s, and they're from New York and Los Angeles and all over, and they just love it here. They love it here. They really do. And I was talking about that thing about, I know you think I'm nuts, but, you know, the loyalty we have in this town, the loyalty. And I know I'm getting in the weeds on it, but it's the truth. And I'm sure you can attest to it. When someone in the family dies, you know, you go to the funeral home. And the funeral director is your neighborhood guy and your friend. And I don't know what made me think of it. It's just one example about the loyalty and the neighborliness in this city. And I'm not just talking Pittsburgh. I'm talking Beaver and Butler, this western Pennsylvania. It's true. I'm telling you right now that they don't do this in other cities. By the time you go to the funeral home, whether it's your mother, your grandmother, your grandfather, your father, whomever, and you, of course, I'm Irish, so we're kind of nutty, as you know. There are tears, but then it's a celebration at the end, because knowing that it's just an Irish thing, we know we're all going to be there one day, and you know we might as well celebrate it, their life anyway. But by the time you go to the funeral home, you do the planning and all that type stuff, you know. By the time you get home, there are 15 casseroles, 15 platters of chicken, sandwich rings and cheese trays and cakes, pies, brownies, all of it. All of it. And that's a funeral. Do you understand? I know you know what I'm talking about. And you have to stay there for a couple days at the house. And I remember having to return when my mother and father died. I had to return all these platters, and like you take masking tape. Not masking tape, you know, that beige tape. Is that masking tape? Yeah. And you look under the platter, and it would say what family that had to go back to. and I had to, and I remember I was in charge of taking all the platters back to all the families in the neighborhoods. And they weren't just people that were on your street. It was all over the neighborhood, you understand? And silver platters and casserole dishes and all that stuff. You had to return, you know, you had to clean the dishes and take them back. And the point being, in between, you know, in those days, it was funeral hours were 2 to 4, 7 to 9. You remember that? Now it's kind of one day type thing. It doesn't matter. But you have to eat something when you go home because you're just so busy and tired and everything. And people drop off all the unbelievably delicious homemade food. And I mean, I'm thinking about that chicken right now. I'm thinking about, oh man, all those like tetrazzinis and all that. I mean, that's like real honest food. Pigs in a blanket, and homemade everything. And bakery boxes everywhere, but a lot of homemade baked goods. I'm telling you, prove me wrong. In a lot of other cities and a lot of other states, they never heard of that before. And they don't do it. In Pittsburgh, when someone dies, you get to the store and you either make something that your mother gives you in a casserole dish and you have to bring it over there, or you if you don't have time to cook something, you go get a tray of chicken. That's the Berg. That is the Berg. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I love bragging about Pittsburgh, and I can't help it. Michael Bartley, I'm here till 10 o'clock. Be right back.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
U.S. Army Major Joseph Thompson of Beaver County received the Medal of Honor for Gallantry in World War I while in France in the fall of 1918. Major Thompson, a former Pitt football star, constantly encouraged his battalion on while braving machine gun and artillery fire. When the advance of his companies was held up by a hostile machine gun nest with 6 friendly tanks disabled, Major Thompson rushed forward on foot 3 separate times in advance of the assaulting line and led a remaining tank to within a few yards of the enemy. The tank succeeded in making it possible for the infantry to advance.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. For information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly cloudy and 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing. If you need it, trust PJ.com. Charges are now to be filed against a mother and son after a body was found in California, Pennsylvania overnight. Washington County District Attorney Jason Walsh says there's no threat to the community as a whole following the death of 18-year-old Cal soccer player Caroline Heinz.
Like I said, charges are being typed up now, and it was as a result of obviously a domestic situation involving at least those two and possibly other people.
Royce Moser will be charged with criminal homicide in Heinz's death, while his mother Rachel will be charged with hindering apprehension, obstruction, and related charges. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office has released the name of the man who was killed in Homewood early Wednesday morning. 34-year-old Andrew Hall was killed just after 5 a.m. in the 7,000 block of Idlewild Street. 51-year-old Thomas Jackson of Pittsburgh has been charged with criminal homicide in Hall's death. A 17-year-old is dead after a collision between his motorcycle and a box truck this morning in Smithfield. It happened at the intersection of Route 119 and Valley School Road. The Fayette County Coroner's Office says 17-year-old Charles Plum of Lake Lynn was taken to Uniontown Hospital, where he later died around 9 a.m. The measles outbreak has reached Allegheny County. UPMC Medical Director Dr. Don Yealy told KDKA's Marty Griffin today that someone has tested positive for measles in Allegheny County, and contact tracing has now begun.
What that means is we have to identify who was nearby this person when they were infected. And nearby means in the same room within yards. And as you might imagine, that's often a very big number, and it's a big task. We will likely be looking at trying to track down about 100 people.
The patient is being treated at UPMC Children's and is now not from Allegheny County. Dr. Yealy says it's crucial to keep the patient separate from others because measles are extremely contagious. Allegheny County District Attorney plans to take action against one Southside bar, and he has eyes on two others. We have more from News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado.
At a news conference at Chipka's 2 on East Carson Street, D.A. Zappala said he would file a petition by Friday to have Capo's declared a nuisance bar. The rape 2 weeks ago of a woman who had been at Capo's was the last straw. And now with college students returning, he says this is the time to take action. He feels 2 other bars don't yet reach that level of concern. But with Lynx's lease expiring in October, his office will talk to their landlord. And he also wants to hear back from 12 Whiskey about how it is addressing neighbor concerns about Sunday night noise. But he says he's not the only game in town.
If the city of Pittsburgh wants to take action separate and apart from what we decide to do or what we're talking about today with any of these particular establishments, that is their prerogative and they can do that.
Bar owner Rich Chupka expressed concerns that Mayor O'Connor wasn't there to address Southside safety, nor was the chief of police, nor Councilman Bob Charlin. He said with that recent rape, Southside public safety should be a priority for the city. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports, the Pirates have the day off. They will open a 3-game series in Los Angeles tomorrow night against the Dodgers. And the Pittsburgh Steelers play their second preseason game of the year tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. They'll be hosting the New York Jets with a 7 o'clock kickoff. Right now in Pittsburgh, mostly cloudy and 73 degrees. Our next update at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
If you received a notice from the IRS, do not ignore it. Trust me, the problem will only get worse. It's also a big mistake to try and handle your tax problem on your own. If you owe back taxes, it's a fact. The government has the power to take everything you own, including your home, business, wages, and savings. But here's the good news. The IRS has new programs that are geared to help you dramatically settle, reduce, or eliminate what you owe. But you have to call now. 1-800-684-5554. That's 1-800-684-5554. When you call this free consumer tax helpline, you will get free information on how you can reduce or eliminate back taxes, including penalties and interest, even if you have unfiled returns, a tax lien, wage garnishment, bank levy, or have entered into a payment plan but can't make the payments. There are programs designed to help you. Stop the collection process and stop living in fear. Call this free consumer tax hotline today for free info. 1-800-684-5554. That's 1-800-684-5554. 1-800-684-5554.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about a new piano for your home, church, or school? Then visit Vitone's Music in Greensburg, Western Pennsylvania's longest continuously operating piano and organ dealer. Owner Tony Vitone is the area's official Kawai piano dealer, offering grands, uprights, digitals, and hybrids. Vitone's also offers a wide range of quality name brand used pianos. Trade-ins are always welcome, and Vitone's offers financing, piano tuning, and delivery services. Conveniently located on Route 30 in Greensburg, just minutes from the Turnpike. Call or visit today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of a leftover shower or two, we'll have variable clouds overnight tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 80. A stray evening thunderstorm, low 63. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindenhammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Another summer has come and gone too quickly, and kids are heading back to school for another year. While the first day of school is exciting, it's also a good time to remind drivers that thousands of kids around Western Pennsylvania will be waiting for the bus in the morning. Although it may seem like common sense to stop when a school bus with flashing red lights has its stop sign extended, Pittsburgh Public Schools reported more than 10,300 violations last year alone. Too many drivers are not getting the message. The latest study from the state shows more than 76,000 violations across the Commonwealth in 2024, resulting in $23.2 million in fines. Video evidence provided by Pittsburgh Public Schools shows too many heart-stopping close calls that could have ended in injury or worse. So, as a friendly reminder, remember to keep an eye out for kids walking to their stops as you begin your week, and no matter what side of the road you're on, obey the bus stop arm. It will cost you financially and could cost your community a life.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
And we're talking all things Berg we're proud of. Yes, we are. And that's loyalty at the top of the list. Yeah, this Esquire magazine article, just go to esquire.com and read it. You're going to be so proud. You really, really are. And I can't stand when people rip on Pittsburgh. I can't take it, especially people from out of state. All right, John in Millville. John, you're on KDKA. John, thanks for the call.
Hey, Mike.
Hi.
Hey, I got a good little contribution to your theme. How about the oddball characters that we turn into our sport broadcasting heroes? Cope, Craig Wolfley.
Oh yeah.
Mike Lang. You could even throw Prince in there.
I loved Bob Prince.
Language.
Listen, and you know what? You know what that is? They're originals. They're originals.
Exactly. That's what I say. They make their own language.
Like I say, they don't bring food to your house when someone dies in other cities. They don't have people like Myron Cope and Bob Prince and Bill Hillgrove and I love my man Bill Hillgrove, and it's incredible. There's such pride that we have just the originals. And I tell you, and I often wondered, when people hear like on the NFL channel or something or whatever about or see on social media when Myron Cope. I wonder what they think of him. Like, who's that crazy guy? You know?
Well, consider what Craig Wolfe does with his donkerations and Mike Lang.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, John, you are right on the money. I forgot about. We have so many original things. Yeah. It's incredible. Do you think I'm right about the funerals when the people bring the food to your house?
I don't have that much exposure in my life to this, but I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh man.
I mean, like I live here,
And Millville, I love Millville. I love Millville.
Yeah, it's a good little town.
It's a great town.
It's getting Lawrenceville eyes.
Oh, I know. Wait, hey, listen, Millville. I have friends younger than I. Bought a house in Millville, and Millville's expensive now.
What? No, not really. It's still not keeping up with. I'm sure there's lots of other places. I don't consider any place in Pittsburgh too expensive.
No, I don't. But I love how you said it. It's being
like Attic Records.
Yeah.
You
got the French bakery that was over there. You got the restaurants. I love how you say it was being Lawrencevilleized. Oh, that's hilarious.
I'll tell you one. This was like in the 70s, but I lived out in L.A. for about 5 or 6 years. I bet I had half a dozen people say, "Where you're from Pittsburgh, huh?"
Yeah, really? Wow.
I'm not even a heavy Yunzer type.
Yeah, I don't think you are.
I grew up in Beaver Falls.
I was a Yinzer, and then I moved to the Midwest, and I kind of lost it. But I love the Yinzer talk. I'm proud of it. I don't care.
They don't use that as much in Beaver Falls as they do in, say, like Polish Hill or whatever.
Yeah, I know. Listen, when you lived in Los Angeles, you can't use that word. Sorry about that. Oh, geez, sorry. Sorry, John. Can't use the SH word. You got that? Okay, good. Good job, Logan. I appreciate that. Yeah, he was, God love him. We were just having a conversation, but there are some words you can't. I'm sorry about that. There's some words you can't. You're not going to be able to hear it at home, but or in the car, or whatever. But there's some words you can't use. But he was a cool cat. I love Millville. Millville's and the changing generations. Well, all of our neighborhoods are changing generations. There's no question about it. How about him saying Millville's becoming Lawrencevilleized? I was in Lawrenceville yesterday, because I'm on the board of directors over at CYA on Main Street. And, when I left and I had to come in here and I was driving some of the streets, those properties, they look phenomenal. They really do. They look phenomenal. I'll tell you another thing, since John mentioned, the broadcasters and stuff, and I was saying what was unique about this place, because this all came up on this Esquire magazine article. I'll tell you one thing. People, for the most part in Pittsburgh, take care of their property. At least in the neighborhood I've lived in for 100 years, like if your grass was high, people would mention it to they would mention it to you. Honest to God. Did that ever happen to you? They'd mention it to you. But I was in Lawrenceville yesterday. Every house, and it seems like all the houses look the same. They don't. They're all sort of unique, and that's sort of the case with all of our neighborhoods. But I'll tell you something, in Pittsburgh, I think it's because we take great pride in owning our own houses and property. But I think, and I'm not just talking about the city. I can go out to any little town you want. Zillionople, I don't care what. Ligonier, I don't care. Beaver, Butler. If you don't take care of your property, or if you're, in a bind or something, but you kind of hear about it, don't you? I remember I would never have said anything to a neighbor, But I've heard that people have said things to neighbors if the grass was high or something was looking weird. You know, did you ever notice that? When I was a kid, it was the case too. But for the most part, every house was so meticulously taken care of. Yeah. I don't know how unusual that is compared to other cities, but I think maybe the unusual part is if your grass was high, you heard about it. You got chastised by the neighbors, or say, you know what I mean? And they would say it. It's unbelievable. I love the Berg. I can't help it. All right, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 50 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by September 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Pittsburgh's business and community leaders for one of the region's most inspiring events, the 2026 Greater Pittsburgh Athena Awards, Friday, September 11th at the Weston Convention Center. Celebrate outstanding women whose leadership, professional excellence, and commitment to mentoring others are shaping the future of our region. Network with Pittsburgh's brightest minds, enjoy an inspiring luncheon, and be part of an unforgettable celebration of leadership and impact. Early bird pricing is available for a limited time. Reserve your seat today at pghtech.org.
The largest Jeep selection in Pittsburgh is at Monroeville Jeep. They have over 300 in stock, and you're going to pay less. And they're the highest rated Jeep dealer with 4.7 out of 5 stars. Make this the summer at Monroeville Chrysler Jeep.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I got to tell you this. I was proud of my main man. I've known Steve Zappala for my whole life. And he's a hell of a DA. And I know people don't like him. I do. You know, that story on the South Side, and they got the guy. He dragged an unconscious woman into a parking lot off of South 14th Street. She was drunk as a skunk. Surveillance cameras showed this suspect, Johnson, raping the woman, stealing her purse, and leaving her there naked. The woman told police she remembers having a drink, then waking up in a hospital. So she was bombed. And Steve Zappala, he was irate, talking about allowing a patron to walk out that way. Here's the DA.
In any event, she's visibly intoxicated. She's let out of that establishment by security. They don't take care of her. She winds up in the hands of a rapist. And Zappala continued.
He's going after the bar and what he calls nuisance bars that let people leave smashed out of their minds. This poor woman doesn't even remember. I mean, she was passed out and raped. Surveillance cameras show it. And he rapes her and steals her purse, leaves her there naked. God have mercy on us. Anyway, good for the DA. Good for the DA. On the issue of nuisance bars, and let's get a lot more on this from our news team's been on this story all day. Here's David Ballarado.
At a news conference at Chipka's 2 on East Carson Street, DA Zappala said he would file a petition by Friday to have Capo's declared a nuisance bar. The rape 2 weeks ago of a woman who had been at Capo's was the last straw. And now with college students returning, he says this is the time to take action. He feels 2 other bars don't yet reach that level of concern. But with Lynx's lease expiring in October, his office will talk to their landlord. And he also wants to hear back from 12 Whiskey about how it is addressing neighbor concerns about Sunday night noise. But he says he's not the only game in town.
If the city of Pittsburgh wants to take action separate and apart from what we decide to do or what we're talking about today with any of these particular establishments, that is their prerogative and they can do that.
Bar owner Rich Chipka expressed concerns that Mayor O'Connor wasn't there to address Southside safety, nor was the chief of police, nor Councilman Bob Charland. He said with that recent rape, Southside public safety should be a priority for the city. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
So I applaud my man Steve Zappala on this deal. I do. And of course, you know, the district attorney is privy to a lot more information than we are. And if he says, if he goes on record saying a bar allows this woman to I'm presuming she had to be staggering drunk or high or I don't know what. And this rapist sees her and guides her into this area to rape her. You know, about 15 years ago, I was with the South Side Zone of the police department for 48 hours, we called it, and we did this huge thing on the South Side. And I remember, and I don't know what the answer is to this. I don't, but I remember more than young men, it was young women. And I remember the police, like, because we had cameras in the squad car, and another camera and another car following everything that we were told would happen on the South Side after midnight, yada, yada, yada. And it was a hell of a story. The video was unbelievable. But I remember the police, the most thing they were saying, they were like, stop. Look where you're going. Look where you're going. And it was not so much, if I remember, young men, it was young women. So drunk, and they'd walk into the middle of the street. That's how drunk they were. And here's the DA talking about. God love him for coming out and doing this. That's his job. That, of course, he's going after this bar because no one said, "Hey, excuse me, listen, we can't let you leave." And I'm not making this up. This is what the DA is saying. We can't let you leave. Let's get some help here, okay? Get her some coffee. Get her this. Get her that. And a rapist, sees her, and of course that's easy pickings for a filthy pig of a rapist. A pig. A scumbag pig who took advantage of this woman. I'm with them. I'm with the DA on this. And people get mad, when neighbors and so forth go to the district attorney, go to the police about nuisance bars in their neighborhoods. And I'll tell you one thing about Steve Zappala. He has, over the years, he's shut down a lot of bars. He has. I'm no moron in terms of let people go out and have a good time as long as you're safe and this and that. Have a great time. Go out and have a bar, have some beer, this and that. I did it for years. But you can't let a young woman bombed walk out, and I saw them on the south side, and I asked the police, what? Look at these young girls, and they're college girls, very nice-looking girls. And God, Lord have mercy. I hope nothing ever happened to them, but they could have been taken advantage of. And don't tell me that young people aren't taken advantage of when they're drunk out of their minds, because they are. And that's what Steve Zappala is talking about. These kids are smashed, bombed out of their minds. What's the answer? I don't know. Can an owner of a bar keep an eye on everyone? I don't know. Can a bouncer? Is there a bouncer in every bar to stop someone from staggering out by themselves so they don't get snagged into the web of a pig of a rapist? I don't know. But it ain't good. What happened on the south side, it's not good. I mean, they got the scumbag. They picked him up in New York, the rapist. But she had to be staggering and so drunk she remembers having her first drink and then waking up in the hospital. Yeah. Yep. You can't allow someone that drunk to stagger out of a bar. I'm no prude. I'm all for young kids and having fun and having a vibrant, I love the South Side. I eat there all the time. And, it's a great asset for our city. I get it. And, this doesn't happen every night, but what's the middle ground here? I'm glad the DA is speaking up. He spoke up on something else today, too, that I'm going to get to a little bit later. All right, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDK. Ralph, you're going to be next.
The new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly sunny and 73 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Paul Alexander. The measles outbreak has reached Allegheny County. UPMC Medical Director Dr. Don Yealy told KDK's Marty Griffin today that someone has tested positive for the measles in Allegheny County, and now the contact tracing has begun.
What that means is we have to identify who was nearby this person when they were infected. And nearby means in the same room within yards. And as you might imagine, That's often a very big number, and it's a big task. We will likely be looking at trying to track down about 100 people.
Dr. Ely says it's crucial to keep the patient separate from others because measles are extremely contagious. At a news conference on nuisance bars on the South Side, District Attorney Stephen Zappala said his office is studying 7,000 documents that were collected when search warrants were served on the mayor's office this year. The focus is on contracts issued during the Gainey administration, where there's little to show after millions of dollars were spent.
No, these are contracts for very important purposes. Helping kids, helping seniors. You know, it targets the minority community substantially. And these services were not being provided.
Zappala served a search warrant on March, shortly after Corey O'Connor took office. Zappala says O'Connor has been very cooperative with the investigation. The defense lawyer who was representing the Pittsburgh attorney accused of tampering with evidence in the Penn State cocaine case is raising questions about some of the charges against his client. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more.
Attorney Mike DeRiso, speaking to KDKA's Marty Griffin, says he's specifically taking aim at the tampering with evidence charges against his client Paul Robinson, who had been called to Penn State to pick up his son's personal belongings, including a safe that his son Thomas's best friend Ryan Matson is suspected of storing cocaine in.
Paul has no idea what's in the safe. The fact that Matson hid or whatever he did with the safe, I mean, that's problematic. Then he gave it to Tom and Paul, and my client had no idea what's in the safe.
DeRiso says the safe his client had was an 8-inch gun safe.
If the safe was mentioned and the police never got it, how much evidentiary value was there? Or if the safe was never mentioned and it remained incognito by this Ryan Matson, how is my client responsible?
The criminal complaint alleges Paul Robinson helped to destroy or conceal a safe that contained evidence of dealing drugs. The hearing is scheduled for August 26th. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Sports Pirates with the day off today. They will open a 3-game series in Los Angeles tomorrow against the Dodgers. The Steelers in action tomorrow night. Game 2 of the preseason. They'll be hosting the New York Jets at Acrisure Stadium kickoff set for 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update is at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. S-A-I-L-E-S. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today at SAILES.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Marty Griffin. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. 48 months with 0% interest, same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of spotty showers, it'll be mostly cloudy tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a stray shower in the afternoon, maybe a thunderstorm in the evening, high 80. A thunder shower on Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindehammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Monday evenings at 7 for the Cranberry Wealth Retirement Show with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Welcome back. 7:38 on a Thursday evening. Here we go. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020. Ralph in Pittsburgh. Ralph, you're on KDK. Go ahead, Ralph. Thanks for waiting.
You're welcome. What a great song to start off with there, Jesus Jones, right here, right now.
I like that song, too.
Yeah, it's from the 80s.
I know.
I got a suggestion for the people on the South Side that might help them out a little bit here. Garfield, if you want to open up a business out there, you had to go through 2 groups. You had to go through the Bloomfield-Garfield Association, and you had to go through the Friendship Association. And let me give you an example of this. Horoscope Lounge used to be a real bad nuisance bar at the time, because when I drove a cab, I hated picking up at the Horoscope. It was a bad place. Well, it's still sitting there because those 2 groups are very careful about who they give businesses to in the community. They shut the Pennakin Dairy down for nonsense. That's what this South Side group needs to get together, get strong, and really get with these properties, because that's what those 2 groups do. And you see how nice Garfield looks now.
And I think, listen,
I
think on the South Side, they have groups and they do talk and so forth. And I think for the most part, the folks that own taverns and restaurants are very responsible, pretty decent owners and good. But I tell you, I don't know this Capo's bar that Steve Zappala is going after, but if it's true that girl staggered out of that bar, and listen, Ralph, listen, you and I weren't born yesterday. If a guy grabs her by the arm and takes her and she's not even fighting or anything, and just takes her, puts her on the ground, takes her clothes off and rapes her, don't tell me that she wasn't blasted out of her mind.
Yeah, years ago, Mike, I used to work. I'm in a wheelchair now, but years ago, I used to work as a bouncer at a North Shore bar. And my eyes were always open to stuff like that. I mean, I always made sure that everybody was safe, and that was my job.
If somebody walked out of the bar, that drunk, staggering, what would you do?
Oh, I would say, look, ma'am, stay here. I'll get you emergency assistance, or I'll get you a cab. I'll get you somebody to get you home. Do you have a relative or somebody that lives here, or a friend?
Yeah.
Somebody can come pick you up. I mean, I wouldn't let them just walk out of the bar like that. That's irresponsibility on their part.
Bingo. That's my point.
And if you watch the show Bar Rescue, do you ever notice how John Taffer says one thing we need to do is keep people safe?
Of course.
And when you have a bar, that is one of the things, especially if you're serving alcohol, you need to make sure that people are safe.
Yeah.
Whether in the bar, outside, or on the property there, especially around your property.
And I'm not ripping. I'm not ripping on bars. I know you're not either. I know a lot of people that own bars, and they do very well. And even I know bartenders who always say, "Hey, listen, you're not driving, are you?" All that type stuff.
Exactly.
You got to, exactly.
Yeah, well. I don't know if you remember the Hofbrau House got in trouble over in Southside Works for over serving some guy. He got in his car and went and got into a crash. The family sued the bar.
Wow.
And that didn't happen once, Michael. That happened twice.
Mm.
All right. So, I mean, but the second time the guy didn't die, he got into an accident. They arrested him.
Yeah. Hey, Ralph.
He was drunk. He come out of that bar.
Hey, Ralph, did you drive a yellow cab?
Yes, I did.
For how long?
I drove for 15 years.
Did you always drive overnight?
No, I did not. I drove overnight when I started, but then once I got into it a little bit more, I started working daylight, taking airport trips, doing different things.
Because
I didn't do the bar scene at night that much.
A buddy of mine,
only on Saturdays.
A buddy of mine, one of our camera guys at QED, we worked at, and when he got out of Vietnam, drove a cab. We had a day job, but he drove a cab overnight. And he loved the job, but he would tell me stories. Oh, my God, the stuff you see overnight. People don't realize when you go to bed what the hell happens overnight. It's crazy.
Oh, it is. And I worked several times overnight, but I mostly work like on Saturdays, sometimes Fridays, depending on what I was doing. Light up night, I would not work because I didn't want to sit in all that traffic.
Did you ever get robbed? Did you ever get robbed?
I never got robbed, but I had people try to run on me, and I had, and not pay the fare, but I always end up catching them and then taking them to court and to a magistrate and all that stuff.
Wow. So, and when I was, I don't know why this story has resonated with me, but when I was leaving a hotel in New York I think it was last month, to get to LaGuardia early in the morning, and I did Lyft, and I did Lyft, and the young guy picked me up, really a nice guy, and I said, because he picked me up at 5 o'clock in the morning, because those early flights, you got to get there. So I said, do you drive overnight all the time? And he said, yeah, it's because I don't want to deal with the traffic. And I said, did anything ever happen? And he said, yeah, these two drunk people, it was a few years ago, they didn't want to, they wanted to rob him, and they beat the hell out of him. And I said, and you're still driving? He goes, yeah. He's like, they got them and all this type stuff. But, it was two young men beat the hell out of him. You don't know what's going to happen. And I know a lot of years ago in Pittsburgh, a lot of yellow cab drivers would get robbed.
Yeah, they would. But now you got more sophisticated equipment and cameras and things like that.
Yeah, that's right.
And systems. So it's not as bad as it once was. And, at the tail end of when I was driving, we had cameras in the cab. We had all kinds of stuff going on. So,
Wow.
But I never got robbed. But I've had people run on me 3 or 4 times. But that's
you mean like when you pulled they didn't pay the fare? You mean?
Yeah, they didn't pay the fare. Yeah.
And what'd you do? Call the cops? You didn't chase them, did you?
Well, I didn't chase them because the one guy was drunk. I took him from Overbrook to Bridgeville. And I get there, and I went to drop him off, and he didn't want to pay. So I went and I knocked on his door, and the father answered, and I says, somebody, I don't know if it's your son or whatever, I just dropped him off. He didn't pay me. And I called Bridgeville Police. As soon as they showed up, the father come out, and he paid me.
Oh, there you go.
As soon as the police showed up. So,
yeah.
But I've never really had. I had a woman I took to Washington, PA, to the homeless shelter down there. She said the shelter was paying for it, and I got there. They said, we don't pay for that kind of stuff. So the shelter and I ended up taking her to a magistrate, and she paid me.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow. Yeah, but you can't.
Mike, I gotta go, man.
In the middle of the
sorry,
night, in the middle of the night, you can't be chasing people. You don't know if they're hiding behind a corner or something with a gun.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Michael, I got to go. I'm sorry to.
No problem. Hey, I enjoyed talking to you, Ralph. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. All right. Okie dokie. Let's see. PJ and Turtle Creek, you're going to be next right after my break. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
You might not see the people's pipelines that deliver you safe, reliable natural gas every day because they are out of sight, hiding beneath your feet. But what's out of your sight is not out of our minds. We move through busy city streets to upgrade the infrastructure that served our region for decades, using state-of-the-art materials that reduce emissions to power homes and businesses with essential energy for generations to come. That's people's commitment to making your life better.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Michael Bartley, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. It's Thursday night. Oh, baby. Okay, we're going to go to RG in Turtle Creek. RG, I don't know if you've ever called me before. I don't know.
Well, I called you. I told you I was going to get my eye operated on. Remember?
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. You're right.
Yeah. Hey, I drove number 3 cab for Diamond Cab in Turtle Creek years ago. And I got robbed twice in one night in North Braddock. There was an African-American guy. He told me he had a gun pointed right at my back of my seat. What was I going to do? I give it to him.
Yeah.
So I kind of jumped out of the cab, and I jumped over the hill. Well, when I bought the car, I called the cops from down over the hill, and they came up. Guess what? The cops were in the back of my cab picking up all that change from my tips, and they were putting it in their pockets.
No.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
So,
I'll let you go, Mike.
wow. You got to be kidding. All right, RG, thanks.
Okay.
You bet. All right. Wow. Oh, man, we got on the cab thing because, that guy, he said he drove I love talking to cab drivers. I love it. They got the best stories. I'm telling you. They got the best stories ever, especially those guys that work overnight. Oh, man. And they know every nook and cranny of, I almost kind of, I use, if I'm going to dinner or something, I use Lyft or Uber, but I kind of miss cabs in Pittsburgh. I know they're still out there, but do you remember when you were a kid, remember the thing that those yellow cabs, they were like big cars, kind of like, and the seat kind of flipped over and you sat on that when you were the kid. But what did you call that? I forget. It just kind of, I don't know what I'm saying, but your mother's dad sat back there and then there was like a thing that kind of flipped over and you were on the seat there. I don't know. But I kind of miss cabs. Years ago, I'll tell you, Pittsburgh got a lot of yellow cabs. Really did. All right, so I wanted to get to, I told you that Steve Zappala, he was a busy guy today. He was a busy guy. That's my man. I worked on many, if not all, of his campaigns. You bet I did. Yes, I did, without question. So he's shutting down nuisance bars, and I'll tell you, that South Side one, wow. But in any event, he comes out with this thing today, and everyone's been waiting about because there were affidavits and search warrants and stuff in the city-county building. So he said today that the ongoing investigation into the city of Pittsburgh contracts shows potentially millions of dollars unaccounted for and may have been spent on quote-unquote personal stuff. And he namely said, this is, the investigation centers around the former mayoral administration of Ed Gainey. Steve Zappala said the city turned over 7,000 additional financial documents in response to a search warrant that Zappala issued in March. So he kind of got specific in the sense of, he said, we're looking for work product. For the amount of money that was paid out to different people, what kind of work product did the people, the taxpayers, get in return? And I'm not saying Ed Gainey. I'm just saying it was his administration is what he's investigating within that administration and under that leadership. So, and I like Ed Gainey. I like him a lot. I've always liked him. Anyway, but I supported Corey as a award share and all that type of stuff. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, but Ed's I've always thought he was a nice guy, and he is. So anyway, when the media asked if Zappala had found evidence that money had been inappropriately accounted for or taken, Zappala answered, quote unquote, absolutely. Absolutely. He would not say if the investigation would lead to criminal charges or speculate who might be targeted. Or who might be targeted. But I tell you, he was very direct today. He said, quote, you're talking millions of dollars from different accounts, different contracts, different schemes. The contracts in question, Zappala said, were issued 2 or 3 years ago. This is a direct quote. He said, these are contracts for very important purposes. Helping kids, helping seniors. It targets the minority community substantially, and these services are not being provided. That's unfortunate. Quote unquote, so far, we've seen the money was spent not for the purpose it was lent, but it was spent. Wow. He said the money was spent for personal stuff, adding later bank accounts, credit cards, that type of thing. He said. Wow. Pittsburgh received $335 million in pandemic relief funds, and they're intimating that this is part of that money. All right, 866-391-1020. Paul's got news coming right up. I'll be back.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
President of Point Park University, Chris Purcellus, and the mayor of Bradenton, Florida, Gene Brown.
I think it's an incredible opportunity for us to consider another location in Bradenton, Florida.
Genius. I love this. You're going to be forced to come to Pittsburgh more, Mayor. And Chris, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go to Florida more.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Join the Fame of the American Cancer Society for Coaches vs. Cancer Tip-Off Pittsburgh. That's Wednesday, September 9th at PPG Winter Garden. This year, we're honoring former Duquesne basketball coach Keith Dambrot and his wife Donna for their incredible leadership on and off the court. Co-hosted by the men's and women's coaches from Duquesne, Robert Morris, and Pitt, it's an evening dedicated to coming together and making a real difference against cancer. Get your tickets today. Visit 937thefan.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Partly cloudy and 72 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. The measles outbreak has reached Allegheny County. UPMC Medical Director Dr. Don Yealy told KDK's Marty Griffin that someone tested positive in these parts today, and now begins the contact tracing.
What that means is we have to identify who was nearby this person when they were infected. And nearby means in the same room within yards. And as you might imagine, that's often a very big number, and it's a big task. We will likely be looking at trying to track down about 100 people.
The patient is being treated at UPMC Children's and is not from Allegheny County. Charges are now to be filed against a mother and son after a body was found in California, Pennsylvania overnight. Washington County District Attorney Jason Walsh says there's no threat to the community following the death of 18-year-old Cal soccer player Caroline Heinz.
Like I said, charges are being typed up now, and it was as a result of obviously a domestic situation involving at least those two and possibly other people good.
Royce Moser will be charged with criminal homicide in Heinz's death, while his mother Rachel will be charged with hindering apprehension, obstruction, and related charges. Allegheny County District Attorney plans to take action against one Southside bar and has his eyes on two others. We have more from News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
At a news conference at Chipka's 2 on East Carson Street, DA Zappala said he would file a petition by Friday to have Capo's declared a nuisance bar. The rape 2 weeks ago of a woman who had been at Capo's was the last straw. And now with college students returning, he says this is the time to take action. He feels 2 other bars don't yet reach that level of concern. But with Lynx's lease expiring in October, his office will talk to their landlord. And he also wants to hear back from 12 Whiskey about how it is addressing neighbor concerns about Sunday night noise. But he says he's not the only game in town.
If the city of Pittsburgh wants to take action separate and apart from what we decide to do or what we're talking about today with any of these particular establishments, that is their prerogative and they can do that.
Bar owner Rich Chipka expressed concerns that Mayor O'Connor wasn't there to address Southside safety, nor was the chief of police, nor Councilman Bob Charlin. He said with that recent rape, Southside public safety should be a priority for the city. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
The man wanted for a sexual assault earlier this month on the South Side is in custody in New York City. 37-year-old Larry Johnson was arrested this morning in Staten Island. He's accused of raping a woman and stealing her belongings on the South 14th Street that left Capo's. The victim woke up in a hospital with no recollection of what happened. A large tree has fallen on Center Avenue in Aspinwall and knocked the power out in the area. Center Avenue was closed from 6th Street to West 8th Street. You're advised to avoid the area and use an alternative route. Duquesne Light and a tree removal company have responded. They're working to get the power back on and the roadway cleared. A new study of driver behavior finds speeding is so commonplace, many motorists now consider it a normal part of being behind the wheel. AAA's Jim Garrity says drivers have 3 reasons for speeding.
The top one is to get around slower drivers, then to reach their destinations faster, and then to hold up with traffic. But the bottom line is that speeding has become normalized, and that makes it harder to change that behavior.
Garrity says those attitudes matter because speeding can have deadly consequences. The National Highway Safety Administration says speeding has been a factor in nearly 30% of traffic fatalities. KDKA Sports, Pirates with the day off today. They are in Los Angeles. They'll open a 3-game series tomorrow night against the Dodgers. And the Steelers play preseason game number 2 tomorrow night at Acrisure Stadium. Kickoff is set for 7 o'clock. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:03. Your AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanstin.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of a leftover shower or two, we'll have variable clouds overnight tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 80. A stray evening thunderstorm, low 63. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindenhammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, welcome back. Let me give you more information on this. My man Steve Zappala. I worked on all his camp. He played football with my brothers. He's a Central boy. Anyway, so he's been investigating this for months, and he said today it's millions of dollars. I was kind of taken aback by that. Anyway. Zappala has said previously, I think he reiterated it today, that the search warrants he issued back when, and then again, there's 7,000 more documents that the city turned over. It all related to funding, he said, for programs serving at-risk youth in minority communities, he said, and referenced no-bid contracts the city entered into while Mayor Gainey was in office, as well as the use of federal COVID-19 relief funds. And again, I mentioned the city received $335 million in pandemic relief. You know, no bid contracts doesn't always seem like that kind of gets you in trouble. I mean, I know Democrats are chomping at the bit on Trump on no bid contracts relating to some, what's that called? That pool that the liner was going all messed up and that was going on, those kind of things. Anyway, because I think the theory is that if you have a no-bid contract, you hire your friend to do the work and they kick back money to you. Isn't that what it is? I know I'm no lawyer, but I think that's what it is. I don't know. Anyway, this is all under investigation. Nobody's in trouble yet. No indictments yet. Or we don't even know if there will be. Zappala said today his office's probe is a quote-unquote extensive investigation, and it also involves different agencies. So when I mentioned under Ed Gainey's administration. That was the time frame, and he keeps mentioning Gainey, but it's under different agencies, and we don't know what they are just yet. He would not say whether those agencies were state or federal as well. He said, quote unquote, it takes time to go through much of that information. We're moving as quickly as we can. And there's 7,000 documents. I mean, that's a lot. He said after today, it would be months before there are formal answers. Earlier this week, I think it was Tuesday, Zappala's office sought an additional 30-day extension of the sealing order that has kept the search warrants out of the public eye. And I know the media, they're dying to get their hands on all of it. All of it. But I guess I was taken aback by the number that Steve threw out today, showing that this is potentially millions of dollars in unaccounted for funds that went to folks, and Zappala says they can't find the work product. What happened, he said we're looking for the work product for the amount of money that was paid out to different people. What kind of work product did the people, the taxpayers, get in return? And his investigators, and I know some of the investigators at the DA's office, that they're not finding that. He was so direct today. Again, if you're just joining me, he asked if they had found evidence that money had been inappropriately accounted for or taken. Steve Zappala answered to the media, quote unquote, absolutely. Wow. Saying, quote, you're taking millions of dollars from different accounts, different contracts, different schemes. Man, that's something, isn't it? Wow. And I think what would get under my skin is, and I would think that, I don't know the answer to this exactly, but I would think pandemic money had to go to certain things. But what gets under my skin is, if this really happened, and I'm hoping, this was big news here today. Absolutely no qualms about it. All this time, paramedic units were breaking down. Snow plows and snow trucks were breaking down. You know what I mean? I know it might be apples and oranges, because I don't think you can. I don't know the answer to this. I'm just being honest with you. I don't know if you can designate pandemic money to fix a snowplow. I doubt it. But I don't know. But this is a lot of money. This is a lot of money. And maybe there's nothing to it. Maybe whatever he's questioning, we don't know. We don't yet know. But knowing Steve Zappala, as I have for my whole life, he doesn't get in front of cameras unless he kind of has something. I don't think he does. And I know a couple of his investigators, and they were with, well, I won't say what departments, but they're very seasoned law enforcement investigators. They know what they're doing. But what gets under my skin is I remember some of those snowfalls, and we were so mad. Do you remember the trucks were broken down, and they wanted to bring in trucks from Munhall? and we couldn't get snow removed. And paramedic units were stalling in the middle of the road. That's all I'm saying. This kind of doesn't look good, does it? I mean, Steve Zappala didn't bring this up out of thin air. I've always thought where there's smoke, there's fire. So we're just going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see. They still have 7,000 documents to come. And listen, if they could look at every single agency and every single expenditure, and they see invoices and they see that the work was done, and they do, subpoenas and affidavits of people who said, yes, he came, he did this, he did that. They did all this work, then okay. But right now he can't find it. Maybe he will. That's why we have to wait. All right, 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. This weekend, August 22nd to 23rd, is opening weekend. Pick up a 2-for-1 coupon at any participating Cohen markets and redeem it at the festival box office. Buy one adult ticket, get one free. This weekend only at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Go to PittsburghRentFest.com.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just one day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-960-3377. That's 800-960-3377. 800-960-3377.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley with you till 10 o'clock Thursday night. Actually, I've been here all week. Every day this week. I finally have a day off tomorrow. But I'll be here Saturday. Don't worry, 2 to 5. All right, to the phones we go. Look who's first. Mr. Butler, Andy.
No, you know what? You can just call me Butler from now on.
Okay. I'm going to call you Butler. No, but I like Mr. Butler.
All right, that's cool. Steven Zappala Jr. I was looking at it. He's currently listed as a member of the Forward Party. Wasn't he a Democrat who then went Republican to get elected, or am I thinking of the wrong person?
No, you got him. Wait a minute. He's listed as what party?
I think it's called the Forward Party now.
Wait a minute. So Steve won. Wait a minute. Oh man, why am I not remembering this? He was a Democrat, and he's still a Democrat. He'll tell you that, but he Did he lose the primary?
He lost his primary.
Yeah, and
he
then
got primary. He lost.
But I thought he ran as a Republican. I think
He did.
Yeah, and then he won. Yeah, he won. Oh yeah.
And then he won. But now I think he's listed. He's changed his affiliation to something called the Forward Party.
I never heard of that before. What is that?
I have no idea what it is. I was just looking his name up whenever you were starting to talk about it because I thought that was the man who lost the primary.
You're right.
And then ran as a Republican.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And we all voted for him. Believe me.
Okay. Well, you know who you vote for is who you vote for. I'm not really interested in what party he's in. I'm interested in what he gets done. But here's the thing that gets me on this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we're finding out now that the previous administration lost millions of dollars, okay? And the previous administration would have told you when they were in that they had all kinds of safeguards to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen. And if you'd ask the current administration that's in, they'd tell you, we have all kinds of safeguards in place to make sure that this doesn't happen. So how long are we going to have to wait to find out that the current administration is no different than the previous administration? And, you know, why aren't these safeguards that are supposed to make sure these things don't happen happening? Why don't they work? Okay? And it's because everybody realized that, like, COVID money, that was just a free giveaway. That was basically like here's a pile of cash, just do with it as you want. And they did. They wasted it. They gave it away. They gave it to their friends. Okay?
Everybody got so much money during COVID. Wow, you're right. We all did, didn't we? All did.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't get any. They didn't give any to me.
Didn't you get your $1,000 check or whatever it was?
No. I didn't get any money. Okay.
Didn't we all get like the Trump administration guy, the Treasury Secretary, and Nancy Pelosi? They gave $1,200. Like, wasn't it to every American or something? I forget.
Oh, yeah, something like that. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like millions of dollars that
No. It was $1,200 everyone got.
Yeah. So you've got that. You've got the whole Penn State cocaine thing going on. Okay. And I get that they went after these 3 or 4 individuals at this frat house. I got another question here about the whole Penn State thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They were having fraternity pledges cut cocaine.
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of those fraternity pledges that was cutting cocaine that didn't report that should be expelled from the college.
I think those kids. I say they're kids. To me, they're kids, but they're charged with misdemeanors, which I was surprised. Number one, but I think are they expelled? I don't know if they're expelled. I think they might be. I don't know.
Well, you're talking about a whole fraternity house full of pledges. All right. I know they may have disbanded the fraternity, but the fraternity is just it's just a house.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the actual people who were in there cutting drugs.
Yeah, me too.
If they're still in school, they shouldn't be. They should have been expelled.
I agree. Right? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Moving on a little bit. Did you hear about the Democratic mayor in Atlanta?
No. Mm-mm.
Basically come out and said, because I think the Democratic Party said they will not consider Atlanta for the convention, he's come out and said it appears that the Democratic Party is abandoning African Americans.
Oh.
Is turning their backs on black people. Whether they are or not, you can figure that out for yourself. He's a mayor of a predominantly black city. He's a black mayor. He was elected. He serves his constituents. Okay. There's that. Have you heard the Al Saeed race? The Al Saeed guy who you're learning more and more that you like.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard Jewish voters out there are deciding that they cannot vote for him. Not only can they not vote for him, they're deciding they can't just idly stand by and not vote. They're seriously considering voting for the Republican because they see that man as a danger to them, themselves, their way of life, and the state of Israel. So, you were asking last night about how electable is he. I don't know if that makes him unelectable or not, but I know that there are people who were, by their own admission, say they would never have considered voting for a Republican, are now saying we cannot stand by and let this man get elected. We can't just say we will not go and vote. We have to go vote for the opposition.
Wait, Andy, I'm sorry, who said that?
I was reading a report about, I believe there was some people out in the Jewish community in that, before that race is being run.
Yeah.
They're coming out and saying they can't, they would have never voted for a Republican, but they cannot stand by for this guy.
Yeah. I'm not.
And it was more than just, we've decided we're not going to go vote. We'll protest by not voting. It was more than that. It was more along the lines of, we feel we must vote for his opponent.
I'm not surprised by that. And I'm going to tell you this. Even in little Pittsburgh here, and we have the 14th ward. I was chair of the 15th ward. I'm not anymore, but the 14th ward is Squirrel Hill, which has a large Jewish population. You probably know that. And I got to tell you, and I have some really good friends up there, and Jewish folks, and they're strategizing big time because of the publicity of, I'm going to say progressive socialists, and they're not going to vote Democratic because of not all. I'm not painting a wide brush, but exactly what you're saying, and even against the city council person.
Even against city council.
Yeah.
Part of this is being driven by the likes of the mayor of New York, Mr. Mondami, Mayor Mondami.
Mm-hmm.
When he was running, he, as you said, all politicians will do. He moved to the middle and toned back his rhetoric on Israel. And then after he got elected, he comes out and says, I'll arrest Netanyahu.
Mm-hmm.
And what voters are realizing is that movement to the middle is BS. Okay? He never changed how he felt. He just came out and said, well, I've reconsidered and I believe that, I'll be more inclusive. But it was all untrue.
Yeah.
And the worry now is how do you trust the next guy? How do you trust El Said?
I think the Jewish American vote as a bloc in the midterms is going to be fascinating. Andy, I got to run. Thanks.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Thanks. Talk to you soon. All right, I got to run. When I get back, I want to talk about the national debt. Oh boy! Oh my! Get! I hope you're sitting down. 866-391-1020.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. No, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference. Game. The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. Sources tell us former Congressman Eric Swalwell was served a warrant by federal agents Saturday night at San Francisco International Airport.
They seized his laptop and his iPhone. The next day, agents searched his home in Washington, D.C. The California Democrat, once a rising star, resigned in disgrace amid accusations of sexual misconduct. Sources tell ABC News the criminal investigation centers around allegations of sexual assault. Swalwell has denied ever assaulting anybody.
ABC's Perry Russum. An arrest in an alleged terror plot in New York State. A 35-year-old Jessica Bowie accused of plotting to attack the New York State Capitol building in Albany. Bowie allegedly pledging allegiance to ISIS. In Massachusetts, the jury in the murder trial of Lindsay Clancy was sent home early this morning. The defense could rest its case tomorrow in the trial of the mother, whose attorneys claim that she killed her 3 children due to postpartum psychosis. This is ABC News.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of spotty showers, it'll be mostly cloudy tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a stray shower in the afternoon, maybe a thunderstorm in the evening, high 80. A thunder shower on Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindehammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back, Michael Bartley. I'm here till 10 o'clock. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Does anybody care? It used to be a big thing. Does anybody care about the national debt? So it comes out today. I think maybe it was last night. Could have been. This is extraordinary to me, and it should be to you. The national debt surpassed a record $40 trillion yesterday. It's a staggering milestone as defense costs, social programs like Social Security, Medicare, interest on the burgeoning debt make up an enormous share of federal spending. $40 trillion. Okay, now consider this. Just 5 months ago, okay, this is how this is spiraling out of control. You ready? 5 months ago, the U.S. debt hit a record $39 trillion. That's only, so another trillion was added, another $1 trillion added on in 5 months. It reached $38 trillion 5 months before the $39 trillion. So what, every 5 months we add $1 trillion onto the... I just feel like nobody cares. I don't know. The White House said the Trump administration, quote, has been focused on slashing waste, fraud, and abuse in federal spending while accelerating economic growth to get America's debt to GDP ratio trending in the right direction. No, they're not. Trump's the biggest spender I think we've ever had. Experts, economists, financial experts on national debt say that this exploding debt and the latest record milestone are already affecting Americans' pocketbooks by raising borrowing costs for things like mortgages and cars, lowering wages from businesses that have less money available to invest, and creating more expensive goods and services. As if we don't know it. Michael Peterson is a CEO of the Peterson Foundation, a think tank focused on the U.S. fiscal challenges. He said, quote, if we want to improve our living standards today and for the next generation, now is the time for lawmakers to put our nation on a more affordable and sustainable path. Because the first thing I think of is $40 trillion. I don't even think people are paying attention or care. And what, it just keeps clocking and just keeps, exploding and exploding. And I mean, I'll be dead and gone, but 30 years from now, what? It's 200 trillion? What the hell? 300 trillion? How do you have a country like that? And to be fair, the debt has exploded. Of course, it has over several presidential administrations as the nation's leaders spent more money than it collects in taxes. In recent memory, of course, the multi-year COVID-19 pandemic shut down much of the U.S. economy, where the federal government borrowed heavily during Donald Trump's first term And I think, it was to give money to businesses to keep them alive. The $1,200 Andy and I were just talking about, and then Joe Biden did the same. He gave more. Didn't he give another $1,200, I think, or something? And under former President Joe Biden, and that was to stabilize the economy and support a recovery. And they did it. Okay, but pandemic was several years ago. I mean, this is 2026. So, more government spending was approved after Trump signed Republicans' tax cut and spending legislation into law last year. The big, beautiful bill added $7 trillion, I think. $7 trillion. Advocates for a balanced budget also warned that the long-term trend of borrowing more and paying more in interest will force Americans to face tougher fiscal trade-offs ahead. This Margaret Spelling, she's CEO of the Bipartisan Policy Center. It's Republicans and Democrats together. And she said, because I'm not just blaming Trump for this. Believe me, I'm not. It might sound that way, but I'm not. I wish I could, but I'm not, not that crazy. Anyway, Margaret Spelling's, because I don't think Trump, he never mentions it. I don't think he cares about it. I think he's added more than any president. Yeah, I'll say that. Anyway, this Bipartisan Policy Center, she says, quote, the federal debt is already raising the cost of living and choking out other spending and investment, threatening our economy and Americans' long-term prosperity. She continues, our current fiscal trajectory is plainly unsustainable, no kidding. And that's the best case scenario. AI disruption, a recession, global war, or any number of other events could quickly push us over the edge from a challenge into a full-blown crisis. The United States is subject, as you know, to a statutory debt limit, or a limit to federal borrowing, which Congress has the authority to set, adjust, or abolish. The Bipartisan Policy Center estimates that the U.S. will most likely reach the $41.1 trillion debt limit sometime between late winter of this year and midsummer of 2027. Wow. So by this time next year, 41.1 trillion. Now get this, you ready? The U.S. fiscal position stands as the worst among other developed countries, according to recent data analysis from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The worst in the world. The worst in the world. Annual interest payments on the debt now exceed $1.2 trillion. That's just payments on the debt, costing taxpayers more than the national defense. As more revenue goes toward paying interest on past debt, less money remains for infrastructure, education, and research. Because it's not like you can completely ignore it. You got to pay the interest. High debt levels leave the government with fewer fiscal tools to fight unexpected emergencies like deep recessions or health crises. Heavy government borrowing can drive up interest rates, making mortgages, car loans, and business investments more expensive. Some analysts, however, now this might be, but I'm not, they're not saying this is some cure-all or something. It's just manageable, including market strategists for like J.P. Morgan Chase, note that a sudden fiscal crisis or runaway inflation is unlikely now because global demand for U.S. Treasuries remains strong. They frame it as a long-term political and structural challenge rather than an immediate economic emergency. Okay, that's good to know, but don't you find it fascinating? I don't think anybody cares. I really don't. Do you think anybody cares? And the other thing is, I'm 64. I'm sliding down the other side of the mountain here. But when I think of these young folks, what do we do? Just leave it for them to figure out that's not too good, is it? Just spend, and live it up and live it up and live it up. But it's interesting to me politically, Republicans always blame Democrats for the national debt. They did. How come Democrats aren't blaming Trump for the national debt? He just added $7 trillion last year, and it's more and more and more and more and more. I thought Republicans, it meant something to Republicans, the national debt. Trump never talks about it. Republicans don't talk about it anymore. They don't. And we just leave it to the next generation. I guess. I don't know. There it is. By this time next year, almost $42 trillion. Isn't that mind-boggling? Isn't that mind-boggling? 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
August special, 3 rooms for $129. That's $96 in savings.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back. It's Michael on a Thursday evening, 866-391-1020. Okay, to the phones we go. Ted in Mount Washington, it's great to have you back.
What's going on, Michael?
What's going on, my man?
Well, it used to be American Dream. Now it's called American Debt.
You know what? I was astounded by these figures. I didn't know it was that high. Did you?
Yes. We were supposed to hit it next month. Look, where's Ross Perot when you need him? It's a national disgrace.
Where's Bill Clinton?
Okay.
Where's Bill Clinton when you need him?
Well,
Clinton and Newt Gingrich. Okay, it took a bipartisan effort.
Correct. That's right.
Okay, because I remember they had Contract with America, which was part of the deal of reducing spending. And every American should be concerned. Actually, I hope to God we don't go into recession. Because like you said, if we go to a recession, if there's a war, or if there's another COVID outbreak, we're screwed as a country.
If there's another COVID outbreak, I tell you what, then it's in a year it would be 80 trillion.
Oh, look, this is how serious it is.
This can't be any good. This can't be any good.
Look, we're spending $1 trillion for interest. And what do you get for interest? Nothing. Okay? Absolutely nothing. And you're talking about Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, which almost a lot of people depend on. You can't fund it. I guarantee, Mike, you're going to have to make huge cuts when it comes to entitlements. Guarantee it.
But you can't. Oh man, who's gonna do that, Ted? Come on.
They may not want to do it, but they're going to have to do it. It's going broke. See, here's the thing: when you carry large deficits, if you remember, even when Gore, when he was talking about Social Security in the lockbox.
Yeah.
Okay. When we ran a surplus, that was a chance to make long-term investments into those entitlement plans. See, those entitlements keep growing regardless of who's in power. And Congress hasn't passed a budget, a balanced budget since 1997. Okay? That's how long both parties been playing around. And you look at Bernie Sanders and you look at Trump. The one thing in common they have, they love to spend money. Both of them love to spend money.
1997 doesn't feel like it was 30 years ago, does it? Wow, it just seems like it was yesterday for me and you.
It was the best economy we ever had.
Hey, Bill Clinton, okay. Bill Clinton, and Republicans, the weirdo Republicans, the right-wing Christian right wackos, just, on that sex thing, they hated his guts. Bill Clinton was a hell of a president, I'm telling you.
Well, I'll never forget when he said during the State of the Union, the best government, the era of big government is over. Okay? So when Bush came in, after 9/11, the war on terror. And I'll never forget when people were asking, what can we do to help the country? He said, go spend money. Okay? All right. Then Obama comes in and he reintroduced government. Start, bailing out, car companies, doing all this crazy stuff. And don't get me wrong, we went through a financial crisis, and Bush got out the bank.
Bush put us in that. Remember Obama said, he said, of course, when we elect, of course I'm running again. I'm not gonna let them take over the car and put it in the ditch, drive it into the ditch again. But you know what, Ted? Why did you put that into my head? You have a hell of a memory. I forgot about the Al Gore lockbox thing. What was his point? Wait a minute. What was that? This is great nostalgia. What was his point? That it would put it in a lockbox and no one can ever touch anything? Is that what he said?
Yes, he's trying to protect it from Congress.
I know, but okay. I know. Okay, go ahead.
That was a way. Look, when we had a surplus, you know what the great things we could have done? Okay, see, look, one thing I always loved about him, see, he always said the unborn don't get a chance to vote. Okay? They don't get that chance to vote. So we're going to leave this for them.
Yeah.
And they're going to, and we're going to leave a broke country for the next generation.
Yeah.
And you know what? Even with Republicans, we really don't have Republicans. What's conservative about a $40 trillion deficit?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what's conservative about that.
I agree.
They used to be deficit hawks.
And can I know all they did was, on and on and on. Democrats are big spenders, and they're big spenders, blah 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 blah, and that's all they cared about. They never talk about it anymore. But I'm going to tell you this. Can I just say this? And I don't think you're going to think I'm crazy. Trump, Biden, Obama, Bush. Listen, it's unfair to blame the presidents for the presidents alone for the national debt because appropriations comes from Congress. And they had to approve the budget anyway. And the Republican Congress approved this big, beautiful bill, and they knew damn well it was going to add $7 trillion to the debt.
Well, not only that, I told you when Biden was in office, the American Rescue Plan Act, okay? All those big budget bills, and I told you about it. I didn't like it. And what was Joe Manchin telling? You better watch out for inflation. And you know what? We got inflation under Biden. Okay.
But the pandemic, and Nancy. Who was Trump's first term? The Treasury Secretary's name was Steve
Mnuchin.
That's him. Okay, he and Nancy Pelosi. I remember, Pelosi was kind of tough to work for. She's a tough lady, and they all think she's from San Francisco. She's from Baltimore. She's an Italian from Baltimore. But anyway, she said, I can work with this guy, and they wanted to make it big because everybody was freaking out. Do you remember? And everybody was kind of for it, and then Biden had to spend a ton of money to get the economy turned around. It was going to hell in a handbasket. It was stagnant, and it kind of worked. But when does it end? I don't understand how we just keep going. And the young people, my producer in the next booth is probably not even 30 years old. He's probably like 22, 23 years old, and he's going to get married and have kids. And and I'll be dead. But do we just just let it go?
You can't. Look, how you think Rome fell? Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
This is where your revolutions come from, Michael. This
I know.
Is where your revolutions come from.
Hey, I'm going to tell you something. Like the J.P. Morgan Chase, those guys say, because the right now the Treasury bonds worldwide are good, but there's going to come a day when there's not going to be confidence in the American economy and in the American budget because of this deficit.
Well, it's a collapse of our country. Okay, I'm telling you now, it's absolutely a collapse. Because I guarantee you'll get a president that has to do two things. I don't care who's in office, Republican or Democrat. Either you're going to have to raise the retirement age or you're going to have to cut benefits. Okay, and Bernie Sanders, what are those guys campaigning on right now? They want a huge welfare state. Okay, it takes money to have Medicare for all.
I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that.
Well, you better
listen.
Think about it.
Bernie's sitting back saying, "Hey, you let Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden do it. Why can't I do it?" That's what he's probably saying. Ted, listen, I got to run here. Thanks so much for the call. I love when you call. Thank you very much. All right, my phone lines are wide open, people, for one last hour. You better get in here right now. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Guess who is getting heavily involved in the Texas Senate race? I'll have that coming up.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Iran's foreign minister is strongly condemning President Trump's new threat of an economic D-Day on the country. ABC's Rachel Scott.
Vice President J.D. Vance saying the war with Iran is now in a new phase.
This is a delicate dance because we apply economic pressure to them. They're going to try to apply economic pressure to us.
Amid all this uncertainty, oil prices are rising. Gas now averaging about $4.10 a gallon. And over on Wall Street, the markets are reeling. The Dow plunging more than 700 points.
Also adding to the downward pressure, the U.S. debt Wednesday reaching $40 trillion. Federal investigators now on the scene of a deadly midair collision at an airport in Pennsylvania, where a Cessna hit a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter from behind. The Cessna pilot died, but
incredibly, the two state troopers aboard the helicopter walked away with relatively minor injuries. Witnesses said the plane pilot was conducting some maintenance on the aircraft before the fatal flight, and investigators are working to determine whether that had anything to do with the crash.
ABC's Aaron Katursky, an arrest in an alleged terror plot in New York State that would have targeted the New York State Capitol building in Albany.
Jessica Bowie, age 35, of Albany, New York. She's charged with one count of 18 U.S.C. 2339B, attempting to provide material support or resources to a designated foreign terrorist organization.
First Assistant U.S. Attorney John Sarcone says Bowie pledged allegiance to ISIS. A days-long power emergency unfolding in Indiana. Thousands of customers still without power following last week's historic storms and flooding.
The utility company says they have some 1,500 employees, including some who have come in from out of state, who are working around the clock to get the power back on. As you might imagine, this is extremely frustrating for residents who are now trying to figure out how to live life without power.
That's ABC's Alex Perez. You're listening to ABC News.
In a recent survey of 123,000 wireless customers, Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. What else do you need to know? Switch to Pure Talk today and get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plan, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract, no commitment. Dial pound 250, say micro, and let Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team help you make the switch.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Pennsylvania police issued a warrant for a suspect they say chased people wearing a Chucky-style Halloween mask. Police Captain Jason Smith says 22-year-old Zamir Hughes harassed about 15 people for clicks.
I believe that he was doing this purely for social media content. There wasn't an attempt by himself to lay hands on anyone. He didn't brandish any weapon.
Hughes could face charges for terroristic threats, harassment, simple assault, and intimidation. Britain's Prince Harry and Meghan Markle revealed that they would move back to the United Kingdom after years in California. ABC's James Longman.
It's fascinating. I think one of the big answers as to why now might be the King's health. They want to spend a little bit more time with a man who they're not sure will be around for too much longer. We cannot know that. That is pure speculation, but one imagines a son wants to make sure his father can spend some more time with his grandchildren. But ultimately, this is going to happen very soon, perhaps as soon as in just the next 10 days, because they want to make sure they get their kids into school here in Britain.
Sources tell ABC News FBI agents seized the phone and other electronic devices of former Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell over the weekend and served a search warrant at his Washington, D.C. home as part of a probe into sexual assault allegations. Swalwell resigned from Congress in April after allegations of sexual misconduct by 2 women. He denies all wrongdoing. Dave Packer, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of a leftover shower or two, we'll have variable clouds overnight tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun with a passing shower tomorrow afternoon, the high 80. A stray evening thunderstorm, low 63. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwendenhammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturday afternoons at 1 to get answers to your retirement planning questions. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we focus on what's new in school safety and meet burn-in. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Roofing Company.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. Michael Bartley here till 10 o'clock, 866-391-1020. Boy, we've had a lot of stuff here tonight, including I started out with that fantastic, just go to Esquire.com, that great story. And I had the story about Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh might just be the most dynamic city in America. You better believe it is. You better believe it. I had the author on and from New York. It was really fun. It was great. Okay, back to the phones. Here we go. David and Butler. David, you're on KDK. Go ahead, David.
Hi, Michael. Thank you for taking my call.
Absolutely.
I got a bone to pick with you. I'm going to criticize you a little bit.
No worries. I get that every day.
I want to talk about the deficit, but before I talk about the deficit, in one of your past shows, you promised to have a show about the life and times of Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh,
and you've never done it.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I have to get. I need to get permission. I want clips of Rodney, but it's coming. It's coming. Honest, I'm going to do it. Don't you worry. Honest.
Yeah, please do, because I've been sideways. I prepared 4 questions for you about the life and times of Rodney Dangerfield.
Whenever you know, like when I'm scrolling on social media and Rodney's there, like on Johnny Carson or on like the Dean Martin roast or something, I stop dead in my tracks, David. I do.
Actually, I spent some time watching that myself. That was some of the most hilarious. Stuff.
These comedians these days, they're nothing compared to Rodney.
No, they're not. They're not. Anyway, I was going to talk about. I'm looking forward to your show about Rodney. Anyway, if I know when it is, I'll definitely call in on that one because he's one of my favorites. But I want to talk about the deficit. I am worried about the deficit. I do not want to pass it on to my children and grandchildren. But I'm going to take issue with you on one thing that you commented on. You feel Bill Clinton was a good president because during his presidency was the last time in America, I believe, we had a balanced budget.
But Gingrich got credit for that too. We said, yeah.
Well, that's exactly the point I was going to raise.
Oh, okay. Oh, absolutely. Oh, listen,
it
because
was actually the Congress, Newt Gingrich, in the contract with America,
without question.
And the Congress had the cojones to act it out.
You're right.
Clinton went along with it.
And you know what?
But
and I want to tell you something, David. That's why I said to my last caller, you can't blame Trump, and you can't blame Biden, and you can't blame Obama, and you can't blame Bush, and you can't give Clinton all the credit because it's Congress that signs off on all the spending anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, a couple of things I didn't like about Clinton, just because he irritated me the whole time he was president. Him and his affair with Monica Lewinsky in the White House while his wife was there, that was just plain uncalled for.
Yeah, I agree, but it wasn't. I mean,
he had Epstein, according to the sign-in records at the White House. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine visited him over 17 times while he was president. And I've often wondered, what in the world did Epstein have to do with Clinton's presidency? It had nothing to do with running the country. Epstein would brag about his harem, and Clinton would brag about his affair. It was that was a very bad moral image to representing this country. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel about it. He was married to Hillary, and he should have, at least while he was president, cleaned up his act and then showed loyalty to her, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
But anyway, when it comes to the deficit and Trump, I will remind you, I agree, Pittsburgh is very active. I see a great future for Pittsburgh, financial future. And I will remind you, it's Trump who was the first person to sign an agreement to send $1 billion into Pittsburgh to renovate the steel manufacturing industry. So that means the more jobs created, the more tax revenue created. That'll bring Pittsburgh and Allegheny County out of a financial slump. It'll bring the country out of a financial slump. We have to create jobs. And I feel very strongly that it was his effort with tariffs. I know a lot of people objected, that's a terrible thing. It's a tax. But it was a voluntary tax.
You said tariffs. Okay, I thought you said something else. Tariffs. Okay, go ahead.
Tariff, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a voluntary tax because it compels people, instead of buying foreign goods for financial reasons, they'll buy American-made goods. And we really need to focus on supporting our business and industry here and get away from buying all the junk from China and other countries. That's the big solution. As I see it, that's the big solution to the problem. Creating prosperity, creating jobs and industry here in America. I will remind you also, when it comes to dealing with the deficit, this is what Doge was all about. Now, when Trump and Musk came out with Doge, everybody went nuts. All you heard through the media was, oh, my goodness, they're going to cut this program. They're going to cut that program. This bureaucrat's going to lose a job. They're not going to spend money on USAID and send money overseas anymore. They want to make these cuts. I got news for everybody. We have to make those cuts. And they're going to be painful, but they have to be done. We have to focus on promoting business and free enterprise. And I
don't disagree with that, but we disagree on the different methods, and we really do. And David, I love your passion, and USAID it didn't amount to much of anything as it relates to the debt. And that's just my view. I respect your opinion. I do. I know you're a really nice guy, and especially given Trump added this $7 trillion with one bill of this tax cut for very wealthy people, and we're just going to disagree on how you do it. But listen, can we ever get back to Clinton and Gingrich, a Democratic president, a Republican Congress, or vice versa? I don't know, because something's got to give, and we just can't keep ignoring this damn thing.
We have to, and it's up to us. We have to promote this concept, and it's going to be painful, Michael. There's going to be people who feel that they're being picked on or they're losing some benefit, whatever, but it has to be done. We cannot pass this on to our children and grandchildren. And
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that, David. I don't.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my thought on the thing. And I want to thank you again for taking my
Absolutely, call, David. Keep an eye out for the Rodney Dangerfield. This was a really good call here tonight.
Well, hey, you'll have to announce that.
I'll get it. I'm going to get it going. I'll get it going. David, very good call.
I got some questions for you. I know you're not going to be able to answer. I'm going to stump you with it, okay?
I got it.
All right.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Michael.
David, thanks for the call. See, I can get along with everybody. Some callers get persnickety, and I get persnickety with them. If that David's a Trump supporter. He's a really nice man. I like when he calls. I do, and he's look. Whenever anyone mentions Social Security, people go nuts. You understand? They go nuts. I'm not advocating doing anything with Social Security because I'm one of the ones that would go nuts. Believe me. But it's just a matter of how we disagree on how to do it. We do. By the way, watch the great interview tonight with Tallarico in Texas. And it's okay. I'm taking more calls on the debt. Don't worry. Stay right there, callers. Guess who's going to spend, speaking of billionaires getting huge tax cuts, trillionaire, I guess I should call him, Elon Musk, is going to spend a ton. And the host asked Tallarico, are you worried about billionaire donors coming to Texas to squash you with all their money? And he said no. He said billionaire donors are terrified because I'm bringing people together. Because our fight is not left versus right. Our fight is top versus bottom. We can't afford gas. We can't afford utilities. We can't afford food. And the billionaires have all the money. That was a hell of an answer, wasn't it? Yes, indeed. Can you believe it? Uh-huh. Wow. Interesting stuff, huh? All right, back to your calls coming right up. Michael Bartley, KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Get in on some great end-of-summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, regular or bun-sized ballpark Franks, 15-ounce packages, buy one, get one free. In the produce department, red or green seedless grapes are $2.49 a pound. In the deli, Coons Linguine salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Dannon yogurt, 4.5 to 5.3 ounce cups, 4 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
I always knew that I wanted to help people. I was a clinical dialysis technician. The UPMC School of Nursing made it possible to keep working while I pursue my education. When I graduated and I stepped back into the dialysis unit, but as a registered nurse, it's just an amazing feeling because all my hard work paid off. UPMC has helped me become who I am.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Join Pittsburgh's business and community leaders for one of the region's most inspiring events, the 2026 Greater Pittsburgh Athena Awards, Friday, September 11th at the Westin Convention Center. Celebrate outstanding women whose leadership, professional excellence, and commitment to mentoring others are shaping the future of our region. Network with Pittsburgh's brightest minds, enjoy an inspiring luncheon, and be part of an unforgettable celebration of leadership and impact. Early bird pricing is available for a limited time. Reserve your seat today at pghtech.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back, Michael Bartley. Oh, boy, man. I'll tell you, we've had a lot of fun here tonight. Back to the phones. We're not finished just yet. Oh, look who it is. Craig in West Virginia. Craig.
How you doing, Michael?
I'm doing okay. It's just a fun show here tonight.
I just thank God I bought a portable defibrillator after that last call. And I was able to bring myself back.
Oh, Dave's nice. So nice, though.
Let's put this in perspective. Bill Clinton was in the Epstein files, I think, 18 times. Donald Trump was in the Epstein files 38,000 times. And his point was that Bill Clinton should have had more respect for Hillary. Now, listen, that call is exactly where this country is at right now. I kid you not. I live in West Virginia. The first state called in the 24 presidential election was 0% of the vote in. What are we doing here, people? Seriously, what are we doing here that he would call in and think that Bill Clinton is the problem, not the guy that has cheated on all three of his wives. Now he's flying around with one of his aides, but yet it was Bill Clinton disrespecting Hillary. What are we doing here, Michael? It makes my head wants to explode. Okay, I'm going to get off of David. Let's talk about the deficit. When Donald Trump walked into office, the deficit was $19.5 trillion. He ran up $8.7 trillion, almost double, not quite, but almost double, about 46% of 44 other presidents that held that office before him. And now you heard all the callers call in. It's Congress. You know, they're the ones that appropriate, blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? His first 2 years, the majority of that debt, he held the House and the Senate. Here we are in 2026. They don't just own the presidency, the House, and the Senate. They have the Supreme Court. And you keep talking about 7, but the exact debt from the time he walked into office on his second term is $4.7 trillion, what he's already done. And I told Pratt a million times, he's going to blow $8.7 trillion his first term out of the water. So we got to start living in reality. When those Trump callers call in, you've got to just say, listen, you're wrong. You're wrong about what you're saying. You know, $4.2 trillion, and it's not even 2 years yet. We got sailors and Marines jumping off the side of aircraft carriers, and his press conference yesterday was he's going to tear up the entire lawn of the White House and replant it with Scott's Miracle-Gro.
Yeah, and then did you see what happened to the Scott's company stock? That's his buddies who give them money.
Well, guess what? Taylor Farms, the whole Taco Bell, the whole lettuce, the whole thing of that, the same thing. There was a, I don't know what it was. Somebody was coming in to inspect them. They gave $2 million to the Trump campaign, and guess what? That inspection went away. You know, listen, we really, really got to start living in reality of what's going on with this man. People jumping off the side of an aircraft carrier, and and the comment that made my head explode was that, just like COVID, he said, I know more about growing grass than anybody on the planet.
God.
What are we doing here? We're dealing with buffoons here. But, you know, the whole debt, you know, the deficit, that's what we were talking about. 44 other presidents only ran up $19.5 trillion, and he was able to almost double it in 4 years. So anybody who ever wonders how could a human being bankrupt a casino that has a 75% win rate, all you got to do is just look what he's doing now with the arches and the reflection pool and all this crazy time. Let me tell you this. Since we've been in the Iran war, there's been over 1,000 Tomahawk missiles launched, over 1,000. Each Tomahawk missile is $3.4 million. There's been over 1,100 cruise missiles launched, $3.6 million for each one of those. So when people want to calculate the numbers and wonder how a person can run up $4.6 trillion in 19 months, listen, you don't need a calculator. This is simple. 1 + 1 = 2. But David, please don't call in and talk about Bill Clinton with the Epstein files. Oh my God Almighty! Oh my God Almighty! Listen, Melania is going to a Stormy Daniels hearing. Are you kidding me? And Bill disrespected Hillary. Oh my God! Hey, listen. Here's the new Quinnipiac.
I've been very nice tonight. I'm kind of in a good mood tonight. I can't help it.
I am too. But when you hear that kind of stuff, your head just wants to explode. But the new Quinnipiac poll, Trump is polling at 29.3.
He keeps going down.
Explosive diarrhea is 37.8.
Stop. He keeps going down. He just keeps going down.
It's literally it's
my favorite thing. My favorite thing he said, and I screamed laughing. What did he say that last week? He said that the voters aren't mad at me; they're mad at the Republicans. Okay, why? Don't lie. Don't sit there and lie, Craig. That's hilarious. Because they're not mad at me; they're mad at the Republicans. I mean, that is really, come on. You have to admit that's hilarious.
$40 trillion, and he's going to dig up all the White House lawn and replant it with Scott's Miracle
But
Grow.
let me ask, the whole issue with J.P. Morgan and those guys saying there's still confidence in the Treasury bonds internationally. I don't. What's going to happen when there's not confidence?
You know, I've told Pratt this all the time, Michael. I really have. Out of all the things that bother me in this country, the debt is not one of them. Because I just the line of work that I did my entire life.
I don't think anybody cares. I don't think anybody gives a damn about the debt. I don't. You never hear about it.
I've always thought this. You have to spend money to make money. And, yes, America is a powerhouse when it comes to, the amount of money that flows around the world. I get that. But it's just to the point of insanity now, the amount of money being spent. We spend trillions of dollars fighting Iran, and they're giving us a list of what we need to do for them to open the Strait of Hormuz.
But I think also the double standard is, and I look, and I think people like David know this, and it was Republicans who would chop our heads off all the time about the debt and the deficit. I mean, and Democrats, we're going to get this deficit under control, as if they did a better job with it.
Well,
but they never did. They never did.
I will say this about Bill Clinton, who I think is probably maybe neck and neck with JFK as the best president. I know that in my lifetime, those were the best years of my life while he was in office. When it came to nobody was worried about politics, nobody was fighting about politics. Everybody was out spending money, going to dinner. Those were the best times of my life. But I will say this. One of the things he did was closing all those military bases. It was done strategically, and it was. But I just have a mixed feeling about the way that all went down. But once again, he's the only person that in our lifetime that has been able to balance the budget. And let me say this about J.B. Pritzker. Illinois right now has a balanced budget. It happened 2 days ago. J.B. Pritzker, Illinois.
Really?
Oh, yes. Illinois has a balanced budget 2 days ago. J.B. Pritzker.
I didn't realize. I didn't know that.
Donald Trump called him a stupid fat slob.
I know, and because Trump's jealous of him. He's a major billionaire. His family owned the Hyatt hotels, right?
Yes, they did.
Yeah. I like him.
Here we are. $4.2 trillion under Trump, and Pritzker was able to balance the Illinois budget.
That's incredible. I like Pritzker. I do. I like Pritzker. I really do.
I think he's a class act. He'll fight back. You gotta be able to
will
fight
he
back.
ever? That's what I like about him. We need somebody feisty.
Yeah. Well,
he's
you got
feisty.
Newsom.
Gavin Newsom's feisty, and
Murray.
I think Andy Brashear's feisty.
Brashear's going to town.
Oh, I'm telling you, that's what we need. Craig, thanks a lot. I appreciate the call. Yep. All right, we're going to do ABC News here coming up, and then I'll be right back with the my last two phone calls, Gary and then Dave, okay? Michael Bartley, KDK.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic. Live from the Wolf Arena, August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKARadio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Iran's foreign minister strongly condemning President Trump's new threat of an economic D-Day on the country. ABC's Rachel Scott.
Vice President J.D. Vance saying the war with Iran is now in a new phase.
This is a delicate dance because we apply economic pressure to them. They're going to try to apply economic pressure to us.
Amid all this uncertainty, oil prices are rising. Gas now averaging about $4.10 a gallon. And over on Wall Street, the markets are reeling. The Dow plunging more than 700 points.
Also adding to the downward pressure, U.S. debt Wednesday reaching $40 trillion. An arrest in an alleged terror plot in New York State that would have targeted the New York State Capitol building in Albany. Authorities say 35-year-old Jessica Bowie allegedly pledged allegiance to ISIS. Jury selection started today for Grammy Award-winning Chicago rapper Lil Durk. He's accused of ordering the murder of rapper Quando Rondo in an ambush that resulted in the death of Quando Rondo's cousin. Durk pleaded not guilty. This is ABC News.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. This weekend, August 22nd to 23rd, is opening weekend. Pick up a 2-for-1 coupon at any participating Cohen markets and redeem it at the festival box office. Buy one adult ticket, get one free. This weekend only at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Go to PittsburghRenFest.com.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
In the wake of spotty showers, it'll be mostly cloudy tonight, the low 60. Clouds and sun tomorrow with a stray shower in the afternoon, maybe a thunderstorm in the evening, high 80. A thunder shower on Saturday. For AccuWeather, I'm Kerry Schwindehammer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us on the Big K Morning Show Friday, 5:30 until 10. What you need to know about the weekend and details of the Steelers and the Jets at Acrisure.
Okay, welcome back. We're having fun here tonight. By the way, you know that story we spent a lot of time on last night in Cranberry, southwestern Butler County, that Democrat who flipped that seat in a district, a legislative district, Trump won by 18 points. That's getting a lot of national publicity today, that story. All right, back to the phones. Let's go. Gary in Georgia, my man. Gary, welcome back.
Hello, Mr. Michael. Thank you.
You bet.
The first thing that should be said, I hope everybody was seriously listening to Craig from West Virginia. Yeah, me and Craig agree on the politics. But what he said is absolutely was bottom line true. He nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. Why bring up Clinton when the other guy that's in there now 5 times as bad about with women? 500 times as bad. And he put a perspective on how the debt reached 40 trillion.
Yeah.
What I want to add is we need more than ever. We need some solutions. And he was right. I mean, it all started under Bush. Well, it started under Reagan, the trickle-down economics philosophy. But after Clinton and Gingrich balanced the budget, Bush lied us into that war in Iraq. That was $5 trillion. Okay? Then it took, when Bush left, it was a mess financially. He called Obama in. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
In 2 days, they had a serious problem. That added another couple trillion. And then Trump won. Trump won, added 3.5 more trillion to it with his. You don't cut taxes at the worst possible time when you have a debt like that. You don't cut taxes. What's missing in all this is what's the solution? Well, one of the biggest solution is that we can't get through Congress is something that's been very successful basically forever in America, and that is you do not reduce the top tax rate from 70% and bring it all the way down to 20%. That is not how a functioning democracy works, especially when you have a debt like we have. And the debt keeps rising in a relationship. The interest on the debt keeps rising. It's just awful. And what you do is you got to raise taxes on the millionaires and zillionaires, but you can't get it through Congress yet. That's the solution. And another solution is we can solve Social Security, take the cap off, where everybody pays taxes no matter what you make. So I wanted to call up and say right off the bat that Craig from West Virginia nailed it. I'm just trying to add a solution or two that's needed, and we just can't seem. We've got to get these people out of office. That's our only chance.
Listen, Gary, I'm not disagreeing with you or Craig. I agree.
You can't disagree with me.
No, I know. But it's so difficult. I don't know where we're going in terms of compromise and getting people together. Where the hell are we going? We're not. Oh, Gary, we're going in circles.
I got the answer to it. It's always been this way, but it's worse now. There's a saying in a song. You know what that saying says?
What?
It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the
so
truth?
Close to that.
It's so phony.
The Barnum and Bailey world. I think this is some of the frustration I hear in your voice.
It's so phony. It's unbelievably phony. Wow. I'll tell you, it's.
How about that?
How about that? How about that? Gary, my friend, have a good night, my man.
Thank you.
You bet. You bet. All right, Dave in Wilkinsburg. Dave, you're on KDKA. Go ahead, Dave.
Michael, I really hope the Steelers knock the Jets out of commission for the whole season tomorrow night in the preseason game. I hope the Jets – I have dealt with WABC. I think we talked about this last night. You guys at KDKA got so much more class than the likes of Walter Sterling and a guy named Lionel that broadcast late at night. Lionel actually put me on the air to take calls on an agricultural subject that the people that call his show knew nothing about and didn't know what to ask, but I handled it the best I could from Pittsburgh as far as agriculture and Penn State, my study place, where I went to school. Lionel, I wrote Lionel and Walter Sterling a postcard. They never responded to it. At Green Apple
Dave,
Media,
we don't have. Nobody has a clue who the hell they are. Go ahead, make your point on other stuff, though. Nobody has a clue who they are.
News Market, I love the way you advertise them. We should put all these is good.
I just don't know what you're ever saying. And there's two Daves, I think, from Wilkinsburg and then I get confused. I have so many Daves that call. And poor Dave, this Dave, I'm sure you're a nice guy and you're harmless. I know. But I just don't know what the hell you're saying. I really don't. And sometimes, hey, on the street, when I'm at the store, when I'm this, when I'm that, if I don't know what the hell someone's saying, I walk away, and I'm sorry I had to hang up on you there because I don't know what the hell you're saying. Not a clue. Not a single solitary clue. But, as it relates to Gary and Craig and Gary giving, Craig his props, I have no problem with that. I think he was right. I do. But everybody, the issue with this deficit is that everybody, there's so much differing in terms of how you do it. But this might be crude, but politicians don't have the stones to deal with it. They don't. I mean, they listen. What is the? And I'm not advocating do something with Social Security, but there are things that could be done. But what is the first thing in a presidential election or a Senate election when it's negative advertising? What's the first thing people, one side bashes the other for? Huh? What is it? He's going to compromise.
Social Security. Your Social Security is in trouble if he gets elected. I will save your Social Security. I will make sure that Social Security is solvent. I think it's a pretty fair statement that Social Security is unsustainable as it stands. We have a $40 trillion debt. How come, and look, both sides of this equation, well, there's several sides, I guess. The ultra left, the ultra right, the middle. We do sure pass a lot of things off. We kick cans down the road, don't we? We do it locally. We've kicked cans down the road on assessments. And now that's coming back, and then everyone's going to be all bent out of shape. We kick cans down the road on taxes. We kick cans down the road on balancing local budgets, county budgets, state budgets, and of course, federal budgets. We kick cans down the road. Name one politician in the last 20 years in office. Let's just say from, 2006. Name one who preached about reducing the deficit. Name one. And again, and I'm with Craig too. I don't think about it. I don't think anybody thinks about it. I really don't. And that's going to bite us in the back seat of the pants one of these days. I'm telling you. If a world war breaks out and a recession, God forbid anything worse than that, and this deficit stands at 40 trillion, 60 trillion, 100 trillion, it just keeps going. Who's going to care? Will we ever care? And, politicians don't have the stones because it's political suicide trying to do something about it. Every once in a while, a politician on either side talks about we have to face the reality of Social Security, Medicare, entitlement benefits one of these days. Every once in a while. And then you know what happens? They get their head ripped off. They get sliced and diced until there's no tomorrow. And then the people that do political commercials the next time around use what they said about entitlement benefits. Old people get spooked and they vote against them. I don't know where we're going on this deal. I really don't. I just don't know. We're just going into deeper and deeper into the abyss of confusion and debt. It's unbelievable. We've never had a $40 trillion debt, and we have a $40 trillion debt today. By this time next year, we'll have a $42 trillion debt. That's unbelievable, isn't it? My, oh, my, oh, my. All right. I'll have some final thoughts on this, about everything we did here tonight. And then, actually, I am off tomorrow. I've been here every day this week, and I'm tired. But I'll be here Saturday, 2 to 5. Don't you kid yourself on that one. Absolutely. All right, I have some final thoughts coming right up.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
You know what you want to do in retirement, but do you know how to get there? Tune in to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, Saturday afternoons at 1 to get answers to your retirement planning questions. Plan today so you can do the things you've always dreamt about doing in retirement. Listen Saturday afternoon at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyers since 2015.
Want a health plan with access to the best care? With UPMC Health Plan, you have access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, as well as providers in your community, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. All this with award-winning customer service from our healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. For UPMC Health Plan award information, go to upmchealthplan.com/best.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, a couple thoughts before I go. Michael Bartley with you on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. I started this show tonight at 6 o'clock with a great interview, and we'll be sharing it tomorrow. Don't worry. This guy Michael Clinton, he's a very accomplished reporter, writer for Esquire magazine in New York City. You know where he went to high school? Carrick High School. You know where he went to college? The University of Pittsburgh. Anyway, people are just so delighted, and I read this morning when it started getting shared by the mayor of Pittsburgh and some of those folks, and so I called Michael Clinton in New York, and I said, I'd like you to be my guest at 6 o'clock. He goes, I'd love it. I'd love it. This is a lengthy piece, and, you know, Esquire magazine, I like that magazine. It's one of those magazines like the New Yorker where they don't write just one-page article, man. You could sit there and read, and it's wonderful. The title of the article, Pittsburgh Might Just Be the Most Dynamic City in America. The collapse of the steel industry was supposed to kill the steel city. This is the subtitle. The collapse of the steel industry was supposed to kill the steel city, but my hometown never rusted away. Now it's having a major moment. On a recent trip home, I investigated how the Yinzers pulled it off. And he goes into this great thing. He loved being in Arts Landing downtown. And I love Arts Landing. We did a lot of shows down there during the NFL draft, and the people from out of town loved it there. And Michael writes, it was the perfect place for a park. It wasn't far from the banks of the Allegheny River, just upstream from where it meets the Monongahela River, and the two become the Ohio. If I closed my eyes and threw a ball, odds were it would hit a bridge named for a famous Pittsburgher. The Roberto Clemente Bridge, Andy Warhol Bridge, Rachel Carson Bridge, known locally as the Three Sisters Bridges, are fell within a radius of 2 city blocks. The vast, friendly green space is called Arts Landing, and I was visiting with Derek Scalzot, a senior director from the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust, on one of the top performing arts organizations in the country and developer of the site. Yes, indeed. The new Arts Landing is designed to bring people together more frequently for all kinds of artistic experiences, he explained as we walked by 23 works of art, downtown's first playground, and the site of this year's Three Rivers Arts Festival, which drew 110,000 visitors. This article goes on and on and on. It's so beautiful. I was born and raised in the Steel City, though I left after graduating from Pitt to pursue a publishing career in New York. When I was a kid, the steel mills were in full force along the rivers, and the Steelers dynasty was in full swing within 4 Super Bowl rings. The city was predominantly a blue-collar town, where Iron City beer was the drink of choice. Chipped ham sandwiches from Isley's were the staple food, and the local dialect was known as Yinzer. Pittsburghers still celebrate the unique words and accents, which include downtown for downtown and Haas for house. It goes on and on. He talks about also the popularity of that show, The Pit, which is unbelievably popular. And he also, Michael, he talks with the mayor of Pittsburgh, of course. He talks with, former president of Duquesne University, Ken Gormley. Those two went to Pitt together. And he talks to Joe Manganiello, the actor, who moved back here. And they met for coffee in Manganiello's neighborhood. He said, who explained to him that in this business, living in L.A. is no longer necessary. There isn't as much film and TV production in L.A. anymore. I was traveling 8 months out of the year, and I just didn't need to be there, he said, Manganiello said. Joe Manganiello said, I always loved Pittsburgh and missed it. The people look out for you. They are friendly and aren't focused on wanting a picture for their Instagram like in Los Angeles. They treat me like a neighbor. Isn't that the case? Ken Gormley also was quoted. There's so many great quotes. All you have to do for this piece is go to Esquire.com. And it's on the first page. You'll see it. Big, huge headline. Pittsburgh might just be the most dynamic city in America. And I can't help it. I love the fact that we get national publicity. Ken Gormley was quoted as saying, the academic community shares those values, the values of loyalty and everything we have in Pittsburgh. Real with no pretense. I like how Ken Gormley says that. Real with no pretense. He said, we came together during COVID to learn and care for each other. And we did. We certainly did. And when I read this, of course, I shared it on Facebook. I can't help it. I brag about Pittsburgh at every turn. I can't help myself. And especially when we get national publicity like this. And it's a long article and being shared over and over and over. It's just beautiful. Hey, I'm not stupid.